Illumination. Good morning, boys and girls. How we doing? Welcome in. 'Tis Friday. Kahani, you good? Are you good? It looks like you've read that on the side of I don't know, a packet or something. Anyway, welcome in. Good morning, boys and girls. Turns out, people are interested in this catch-up system. Shit the bed. Made a little video yesterday about the catch-up system after yesterday's stream. And threw it up on YouTube and didn't think too much of it. Because, well, for starters, I haven't posted a video on YouTube in like nearly 4 weeks. Which is offensively bad for somebody who's meant to be doing this as their, their job. Yeah. Woke up this morning, there's 20,000 views overnight. My videos don't get 20,000 views. It's ridiculous. But glad people liked it. There are a few Finnish phrases most know, that's one of them. Most is a broad use of the term, I think. But yes. Push the flap in and open. Oh, start of a new streak. Chalida, what happened? What happened? Right, today is probably, I don't know. It's probably, I don't know. There's one thing I want to do first thing. I want to do the stupid thing first thing, and I want to do maths. I can't believe I'm going to start my Friday with maths, but after looking at how the catch-up system functions and operates a little bit, I'm intrigued, right? I'm very intrigued. Intrigued by the fact that there's clearly a way to make a huge amount of artisan security in a very short period of time. Admittedly on a brand new character mind, but, the concept is still the same. If you have time, would love a video on predicting price trends on the EU from prices on the US. Completely misread the Tuesday chart, costing me 2 mil. Surely interesting to goblins. I do very little content like that, and it's deliberate. I hate talking about the prices of things. It's very difficult to avoid it because, well, when you focus yourself on making gold, it's an inevitability. But I hate talking about prices and price trends and what stuff will do. Mostly because anytime I open my mouth, anytime any other prominent content creator or streamer opens their mouths on these kinds of topics, it has a ripple effect, a knock-on effect. And so I prefer to take the stance of maybe just don't talk about stuff like that. I don't mind talking about demand. Supply and demand is slightly different because people can then draw their own conclusions about what they think the prices might do. But talking about prices, I've slowly but surely over the years started to avoid doing, especially heavy speculation based upon what's happened a day before in a completely different region, in essence playing a completely different game. It's interesting. It's a good sort of thought process. It can intrigue people. I do a touch more of it on stream because outside of things getting clipped and shipped, I still feel it's a touch safer. If I put it in video form, I can nuke I don't like the fact that it happens, but I can absolutely nuke a market overnight if I wanted to by talking about something in a video. And so, yeah, I try not to. Well, my regards, Chalida. I hope yesterday wasn't, I hope we in the Western world tend to attach relatively negative connotations to events like that. Other parts of the world, I think, have a much better outlook on it, and they consider it more of a celebration of, what's maybe next. But that depends on your belief systems a little bit. But either way, I hope you had an interesting day yesterday. Let's put it that way. Any tips for where to put tailoring points after cloth gathering? Tailoring can allow you to... tailoring, if you are actually going out there actively doing stuff on it, you probably... I mean, you want to look at maybe something to do with all of that cloth that you're then farming. Points after the gathering node, maybe you can work towards making the epic bolts if you're farming Duskweave, or to farm Duskweave and Dawnweave. Points to improve your ability at unraveling, maybe. There's a few options. If you're out there actively farming, though, I'd kind of half suggest just selling it and have that tailor just doing a very simple job. Yeah, so I wanted to start off by doing a little bit of maths. This isn't really the character I need to be on, but the character I want to use is actually on my other account. I want to put a little bit of maths together on roughly how much artisan security somebody could technically get pretty quickly if they, you know, so-called wanted to. Now, this catch-up system is in, and we sort of have a better understanding of it. I reckon, you know, a little bit of quick maths could figure out exactly how much artisan security you could get very fast. I reckon you can probably get enough to basically min-max a character, or a single... You could probably get enough to min-max a profession, like, within 24 hours now, without having to do deep profession shuffles and the likes. So, what we're going to need to do is can off tailoring. Because the concept here is you'd start with herbalism and mining. Pick up herbalism and mining. You are going to have access with each of these professions to a very small amount of artisan security by default, but what you are going to be able to do very quickly is complete your weekly stuff and do your deep grove roots. So this is where we need a notepad on the go. Maybe not quite so big. 1 day AA grind. Not that I'm going to do it, but as a thought process. Mining, you are going to do your weekly turn-in for 3. Weekly turn-in is 3 knowledge points, so that's 15 artisan security. Weekly turn-in. Nine knowledge points, which equals 45 artisan security. And then catch up, which is 60 knowledge points. What's that, 300 artisan security? Is that right? I think that's maths. So that's 360, right? 360 artisan security you could get literally in a day just by mining. I think you need to do the weekly quest to get the catch-up points, though. That's another 30. Yeah, the weekly turn-in quest, it gives you 3 knowledge points. There's knowledge points gained via things like this are +1, -1, because they cost 50, you get 50 back. You have starter bag, which is it 350 artisan security for the starter bag? I'm pretty sure it is. You don't gain any artisan security for first time gathers. They nuked that before the expansion launched. But that's... Oh wait, hang on. It's technically herbalism. It's going to be a similar amount for mining, I would assume, within... Mining. Slightly less catch-up points on mining for some reason. Unsure why. You're looking at the weekly turn-in quest, which is 3 once again. Slab of slate. Oh, so we only get 8 on mining, which is 40. And there's only 55 catch-up points. 275. $275 plus 40 plus 15, 330. So you're already up to 1,000 artisan security. Day 1, just doing herbalism and mining. Now, whilst this costs you time, it's actually going to make you gold at the same time. Let's not forget. It's going to make you money just doing that. Now, obviously, if you go and buy profession tools and silly things like that, that's going to chip away at that. But the concept is that you should be able to, in essence, do that without it costing you anything. Even if you buy some tools to make more during the hour or 2 it takes you to do this. Herbalism and mining alone is some good points right now. This is going to end up being the only farming guide on YouTube that gets better the older the video gets. Usually, you get 100,000 gold an hour farming guides on YouTube that like 3 days later are actually like 20k because the markets have been tanked. This one's only going to get better because every week the catch-up is going to get stronger and stronger and stronger. These numbers are going to get bigger every week. But that's pretty wild. There's nothing extra fancy or no extracurricular activities you can really do to gain artisan security here. You can obviously gain a lot of knowledge points, but not all of the knowledge points actually translate into artisan security, which is what we're trying to figure out here. We're not trying to figure out mining. We're trying to figure out if we do this is basically enough to get you your 3 profession tools. Boom. On a if you do this first and then drop these and pick up the profession you want, boom, you've instantly got enough artisan security to get your 3 profession tools. So you could technically have a 100 plus 40 build instantly. Wow. As long as in as short a time as it takes you to do herbalism and mining. Your 100 plus 40 build could happen very, very quickly. But what you do is you don't stop there. What you do is you don't stop there. You can off these. Get rid of you, get rid of you. Go get skinning. You go get skinning and you go get enchanting. This is obviously half assuming that these aren't the professions you actually want to have eventually, but even if you do, you just then don't have to unlearn them. Then with skinning, you have, let's look at this. You're looking at similar numbers, I would assume. Your weekly turn in, Skinner's Notes is 3. It's the same again. 5, 6, 7 on the weekly. 7 knowledge points. 7 times 5 is 35. Then your catch-up points are 50, which is 250, I think. 250 artisan security. So what's that work out as? 250 plus 35 plus 15. Oh, that's exactly 300. 300 artisan security can come from skinning. Is there any extra sneaky bonuses? Not really. And then enchanting, this is where it gets wild. This is where you'd perceivably, any gold that you've made from this by proxy of actually gathering, any gold you've made by collecting shit en route to doing this is where you'll probably then spend that on stuff to disenchant, because of course this aspect is going to come at a small cost, albeit still remarkably small. Well, small is relative, isn't it? But like enchanting, you're then looking at the weekly turn-in quest. Oh, well, they all technically require you to be level 25 before you can do that turn-in quest. But the weekly turn-in quest is 3 knowledge points, I think. Yeah, so that's 15 artisan security. You have the added bonus here that you have to do the 2 times treasures, which is in essence, we'll call those weekly disenchants. 2 times treasures is 2 knowledge points, 10 AA. Weekly disenchants is 9, is it? 5, 4, 9, so 45. And then your catch-up is 73, which is a bigger number than I'm doing in my head. 365. 365 plus 45 plus 10 plus 15. 435. And I would also state that 435 is before you've even done the Glimmer shuffle with enchanting as well. You could technically throw that into the mix because each one of those Glimmers gives you 5 knowledge points as well. So obviously this is incurring slightly more cost, but if you're doing enchanting, you might as well do it. How many Glimmers are there? You unlock the Glimmers with 15 artisan security, don't you? I'll flipping hell, I can't even... okay, well, how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 24. 24 knowledge points. Which is another 120. Oh my god. That's wild. 555 just with enchanting. A very small amount of cost. Oh, Pandarians from the trainer does not count. Earthen is an expensive drop. Oh, is it? So should I have maybe actually said it's 20? Let's just say it's 22 then. Let's just take 2 off. But even still, that's wild. Now we're at like potentially... So quickly mathing that, we've got 360 from herbalism, 330 from mining, we've got 300 from skinning, and 545 from enchanting, and then you've got your starter bag at 350. 1885. That's enough to full build. That's enough to full build a profession. Boom. Done. Full build a profession. If you did all of that first, admittedly, it's going to take you a little bit of time, but that's all it's going to really take you. The gold you make from skinning, mining, and herbalism en route will probably pay for most of this enchanting. If not, it might cost you, I don't know, 20k. But then you're good to full build. And that's probably, to be fair, that's probably full build and have 150 left over to buy a recipe if you need to, for example. Nearly 1900 artisan security with basically no restriction, without having to do deep, expensive profession shuffles. All of that business is in the bin. This, on day 1, day 2, or should we say week 1 of the expansion, would cost you about 2 million gold to do. Now you can do it for free in a day, only a few weeks on. Oh boy. Oh boy. So, if you are looking at setting up alts who have not potentially useful life hack and star schmucks for disenchanting, hang on, please hold. Cheapest deck for the day to disenchant. I like. Clever. Some custom price sources. Some custom price sources so that you can... well, should we show the people that, shall we? Should we show the people? Yeah, that's in essence just figuring out what decks you can build. So, entirely feasible to max build a profession in a day now. So there's seemingly almost no excuse not to do it on a brand new character. What Wu was showcasing is for when you do your disenchanting, in TSM you can create some custom price sources. Add a new custom price source. We'll call this DM Ascension. Can't have caps for some reason. Then we can take this piece of code and we can go tooltip settings. Where are they? Custom source, DM Ascension. So now you can see TSM general info, custom price source, DM Ascension. Ignore the rest of the trash. Oh, that's probably, we'll do it on the Hearthstone, it's easier to see. 125 gold is the cost to make a DM Ascension, Dark Moon card Ascension. if you do the same thing for the 4 different decks, where did I do it? Custom sources, add new custom source. DM Radiance. Copy paste. DM Symbiosis. Tooltip settings. So now you can see that there's the 4 different custom sources for the 4 different Dark Moon decks. And as you can see, building Dark Moon Radiance decks currently costs you only 115 gold if you buy all of the individual cards and build it yourself. Oh, that's funny. So you'd in essence be getting 5 artisan security for the cost of 115 gold with doing your disenchanting. Sheesh. That's crazy, you know. 1,885 artisan security in the time it takes you to do a bit of gathering. Not to mention, you make gold probably by doing this.
Hello
and this
there.
probably is going to cost you less gold than you make by doing this as well. Not to mention, like, well, yeah, you're able to do this and make gold at the same time, and then be in a position where you can max build any profession you choose instantly. The knowledge books actually only cost you 750 by the time you've bought them, don't they? 200 plus 300 plus 400 minus 150. It's a refund. I think it's 750. So that's 1650. 1650. And so yeah, then you've got over 200 artisan security left if you need to buy a recipe or do anything else with it. Okay, the enchanters one is 100 more, but you've still got enough even there. Bag, 150. Yeah, true. This is then excluding anything that you then get from your actual profession of choice, by the way. Your actual profession of... Assuming your profession of choice isn't enchanting, obviously, but assuming your profession of choice, you'll have first-time craft bonuses and weekly activities on that profession as well. So yeah, you'll get your bag. Yeah, the bag's 150 artisan security. You can basically fully build out a brand new profession on a new level 70 alt, like, as quick as you can do it. Yeah, I guess the easiest way to say it is there's no restriction on doing this for anybody other than time. If you haven't got 20k to level enchanting and do this with enchanting, you probably will have by the time you've done this. So you basically can't lose. But that's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. How long would each gathering catch-up take you? When I tried, it took me a long time to find the stuff. I don't know. The reality is it's probably not that long. You can bang out herbalism and mining pretty fast up until just doing your weekly activities. And I've had it on good faith. I've not tested this myself, but I've had it on good faith that this catch-up just gets thrown at you. It literally gets thrown at you. Once you've done what you need to do to actually make sure you get it, which is the turn-in. This is why the turn-in's on the top. You have to do the turn-in first. One-time treasures don't give you artisan security. This is not a knowledge point catch-up. This is an artisan security catch-up. Tested it. Don't try it. You'll never be able to catch up for all the knowledge points. Why would you claim you wouldn't be able to catch up? Even if you don't, do it to 100%, right? Even if you get like 40 or 50 of them and the last few take you significantly longer to find or whatever, the point still stands is you can get so much artisan security in one go now that you can pretty easily full build a profession on a brand new character, as long as you're happy to do a little bit of gathering for a few hours first. Which, in the grand scheme of things, in an MMO, is absolutely nothing. Literally nothing. I mean, we could, in theory, test it. The problem is I would not be doing it as like a speedrun sort of thing. Spent 7 hours on a brand new skinner, and it will not drop more than 5 times the catch-up during that 7 hours. It took you 7 hours on skinning to get the catch-up points. Ouch. To get 5 catch-up points. Okay, well, maybe skinning might be the difficult one, but herbalism and mining, I've been informed from reliable sources that you get the catch-up points with herbalism and mining pretty quickly. And like I said, the more time you spend farming, the more let's not forget you're making 20, 30,000 gold an hour just by farming. So if you're spending 7 hours doing some herbalism and mining or doing some farming in general, okay, skinning's not that lucrative. But if you were doing the herbing and mining, even if it takes you a few hours to do that, you'll probably make 50k doing this. Even if it does take you a few hours. I pretty much assume that, yeah, it's going to take you some time, but it's basically free by the time you finished it. So, what's happened to nullstone prices? What has happened to nullstone prices? Have they... I remember nullstone prices being like 5,000 gold. Have they changed? Oh, they're nice and cheap again. Well, that's good news. They dropped like a nullstone. Haha. Prices are dropping fast all over. The race to world first is over. The first hype is gone. No spark this week. No catalyst charge. Yeah, this is... I mean, it happens at the beginning of every expansion, right? This happens at the beginning of every expansion. People seem to have the assumption that these ludicrously high prices for everything will continue forever. The way you can always judge what things are... You can always judge whether things are either expensive or normalized in terms of price based upon how much farmers are making. For as long as farmers are making 100,000 gold an hour, things are probably about 3 times the price they will ultimately be. Because the game doesn't allow for people to make that much gold by a very simple, meaningless task for very long. Once enough physical hours have actually passed, enough people will have done enough farming to crush those numbers into the floor very quickly. And this is what happens. Most of the time, the price of an hour's worth of farming normalizes to about 10% of a token value. So for us over on Team EU, where our token is currently 268,000 gold, people are usually relatively content to do some farming on this number as long as they can make like 30,000 gold an hour. If people can make 30,000 gold an hour, they'll spend all day farming. They'll just do it. They'll just do it. People just do it. Like, they're like, this is good, I'll take that. By the end of the day, you know, I can sit down and I can spend a Saturday and I'll have a token. I'll have my month of game time done by the end of the day. Job done. Boom. Which means when farmers are able to make 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100,000 gold an hour, then not only people are going to do it, people are going to do it like crazy. And that's going to hugely pump massive amounts of materials into the market when that's a thing. And then it crashes prices because, unfortunately, people don't necessarily need to buy so much stuff all the time. Lots of items are things that you need to realistically only buy once, maybe twice a patch. Enchants, a lot of people will buy basic enchants whilst they're leveling up, and then when they get their best piece of gear, they'll buy the big enchant, but then they're done for that piece of gear. They're not going to buy another one, probably, unless they play alts or they wait till next season. Red line go up, blue line go down. Is this the undermine exchange for null stones? Let me see. Let me see. Oh. Hello? Oh, it's thinking. Computer says no. Yeah, red line go up, blue line go down. Yeah, so as you can start to see, with it being more widely understood that gatherers are making stupid money per hour, and now that we've had a good understanding of this catch-up system as well, and those herbing mining characters are getting caught up even the same, you are looking at, like, yeah, you are pumping. So yeah, red line go up, the total supply of them is going up, which of course is going to push the price of each individual item down. Because simultaneously, there is more supply and there's less people that want them. Last week, there was a big spike in demand, but you didn't really see a huge spike in price. It went up a little bit. This was mostly caused by this little bump here. If we zoom in from like here, this little bump here was mostly, the blue bump was mostly caused by last week there being a spark, there being a catalyst charge, and there being a mining turn-in quest that required 2. Those 3 things in unison only pushed the price up a little bit. But because the price went up, all of the farmers were like, Christmas! And they all went out farming. And surprise, surprise, the supply of them also went through the absolute roof. And so now, on the tail end of that, the price is coming down. What we might find in a few days' time is that this bottoms out and we get another little bump like this. But it will only go up, you know, a small amount. It's gone down further than it will come back up again. This is what happens to all materials at the beginning of every expansion. Prices cannot last at this price for that long. And currently right now, when farmers are still able to make like 60, 70,000 gold an hour, there's still a lot of room for prices to go down. When farmers end up making 30,000 gold an hour, you can start to suspect that the prices will bottom out a little bit. Because that's when a lot of the farmers will be like, you know what? I don't make enough gold anymore. I'm going to go do something else. Don't know why. I don't know why 10% of this token price is the number, but it just must be a human psychology thing. But it's been consistent ever since the tokens ever existed. The reason for the token price not collapsing yet is because Blizzard changed how the world quests work now. You don't see a full set of world quests reset every Tuesday and Friday. That's huge. Blizzard has put a bit of a stranglehold on the quote-unquote free gold that players can get. World quests are not as lucrative anymore. Dragon races are not as lucrative anymore. There's no mission tables. There's no callings. The last 2 expansion has seen a bit of a war on raw gold that's generated for regular Joe type characters, meaning a lot of those characters have had to pick up herbalism and mining. And I've been saying it since day 1 of the expansion. Any single time somebody comes in and is like, I'm new to gold making, how do I make gold? My answer every time has been, go do some herbalism and mining. Because you physically cannot beat it at this time of the expansion. Unless you can do bigger and better things. But when you're new to gold making, you generally don't have the ability to do those bigger and better things. You have to do the raw grunt work. But the raw grunt work is paying in gold bars right now. Over the next few weeks, the tourists, e.g. the players who play WoW expansions for a month or so, then go back to other games, will probably leave for a while. That's also going to help stabilize things a bit. Next peak probably won't be until Season 2 raid starts. Yeah, I pretty much agree with that. Also, even the big goblins who went absolutely bonkers crazy at the beginning of the expansion are also... And I can say this in good faith because I sit in that category of people, right? I went crazy at the beginning of the expansion, spent a bunch of gold, made a bunch of gold, pumped my crafting tunes as high as I could get them, made a huge amount of gold very, very quickly, but then just as quickly decided that, right, margins are too skinny for me to be bothering with anymore. Cash out, sit back, sit on your pile of gold and wait until there's another big opportunity. If I've done it, plenty of other people will have done it. You know, when you've been living in 20-30% margin world for a few weeks, fighting over 5% margins isn't as fun. So, and by that point, you've probably made enough that you don't need to fight over the pennies. Sit back, relax, take it easy. Not to mention, I've known for a while that in a couple of weeks' time, Factorio launches, so I'm out of here for about a month when that happens. Maxing out Plethora of Ore this week feels really great. So many undamaged null stones. Maybe we can have a look at my Herba Miner dude. He's on this account. Lazy Cash has been doing a bit of a rotation of professions on a weekly basis. Never have I really pushed into the catch-up territories though, but that might mean I don't have much catch-up to obtain. It still technically means, if you do this, by the way, where's my notepad gone? If you do this to set up let's say you even just want to set up a brand new gatherer for whilst the money is still reasonably good for farming, even if you do this now, it still means you can probably only actually max out. You need double this because you want 2 professions maxed, really. This is still technically only enough to max out 1 profession. Of course, characters have access to 2 professions, so if you wanted to max both of them out, you've still got some work to do, and still got, you still got a little while before you're going to be able to max out 2 characters. But you should be able to still get pretty far into it. I have on this dude a bunch of shimmering dust still. 20 razor talons potentially to obtain after doing skinning. I wonder if we do that ever so quickly. Let's just have a poke about. Let's see how far we can get this dude today. Before I do that, oh no, actually, I've just thought this is a second account. I don't even have Craft Sim switched on this account. That's problematic. In that case, what else don't I have switched on? I think Blizzard has raised the gear level for your characters to see world quests as gold. I think it's currently sat at 590, 595 or something, which is pretty high. That is quite high considering their catch up for their catch up level for season 1 is 580 gear. So to have 590, 595 before those world quests turn into gold is relatively high. But, dare I say, casual Andy can now get 616 gear, theoretically. You can solo 616 gear nowadays. I think delves are going to really change the landscape for like casual world questing and that sort of stuff. In all honesty, I don't see a problem with that, and I actually think it's about goddamn time, because world quests have been an element of core gameplay for too long now. When did world quests really start popping off? Legion? We technically had stuff before Legion even, but like Legion was where they properly implemented world quests, I think. So we've had Legion, we've had BFA, we've had Shadowlands, we've had Dragonflight. This is now the 5th expansion with the same core concept of world quests, which world quests are a decade old at this point. I think it's time that we slowly get rid of them and come up with a better idea. And I think Delves is probably that better idea. Or maybe you're not getting rid of them exactly. You're at least taking the focus off them in favour of something else for that sort of solo casual player. Because there's nothing more gross than flying around doing world quests every day. It's a means to an end for a while. People do it whilst they're doing the rep grind. People do it to like gear up alts or whatever, but I love the world quests. Ton of my alts have leveled just on world quests. Okay, well maybe I can't speak for the masses then, but I'm of the opinion that world quests are... Maybe don't take them away, but taking the focus off them for casual players is fine. Or giving casual players an alternative. I guess that's probably the better way to phrase it. Delves are now a valid alternative. Delves kind of fun. Tier 11 still hurts. I'm not sure. Have I done my tier 8s this week? I don't even think I've done my tier 8s this week. I might need to jump on that. Loads of stuff to do. I'm going to be honest. There's still bucket loads of stuff I want to do in this game. Absolutely bucket loads of stuff. Let's go get some enchanting knowledge points real quick, so then I can do my catch-up points here. Right, famous last words, but these 2 treasures shouldn't take me long, right? World quests are when you're feeling super casual. Delves are for when you're actually awake. Solo dungeons when I have more... yeah, I suppose. Yeah, that starts to make sense. You do actually have to put brain in gear sometimes to do the delves. Especially if you are pushing delves. I should actually be really focused on delves this week because it's delve week. 25% bonus everything. It should be my #1 priority, really, but as I mentioned, loads of stuff to do. Loads of stuff. There we go, there's our first one. That was nice and easy, wasn't it? What are you saying? You don't like playing hide and seek with orphans? I mean, I'll do it once for the experience. You know? Once for the experience. Are you winning, son? Tristan Rose, good morning. Good morning, good morning. We are always winning. I get to play World of Warcraft for a living. I am always winning. Don't ever let me forget it. Almost done with your Kej knowledge points? That's wild. That, like, I guess as long as you're not actually having to farm the Kej, it's okay. It's wild to me because I never have enough Kej because I never spend anywhere near enough time in Ashgahet. What would you do if you did not play WoW for a living? Well, I've got a long history in sales, so I would probably be selling something. And I'm also a little bit obsessed by marketing and human psychology, so there'll always be a job for me. You can there's always a job for a salesman. Whoa, was that both of them, like, super fast? Take that. Yes, please. Right, that will activate my catch-up for enchanting. I'm sure an orc could love your face too. Yeah, but those guys are brutal. Those guys are brutal. Always takes me forever to get the treasure points. Have to open a minimum of 7 treasures. I've had a relatively scary amount of luck in the last few days with things like drops. I'm wondering what I've done to deserve it, if I'm honest. And I'm more concerned about when I have to fight through the bad luck streak that is inevitably coming. Right, I need 35 plus 9, 44 Dark Moon trinkets, I believe. 44 Dark Moon trinkets. Have I done the math on that right? 9 plus the catch-up, 44, yeah. What did we say is the cheapest one? Literally, since I've said that, they've all changed. Okay, that should be my Dark Moon trinkets for the day. I actually think didn't I spec into disenchanting on this dude? Probably for this exact purpose as well. Here's a question. Do I have enchanting books even? Wow, I do. Just a pinch. Turn you in. I'm pretty sure I spec'd into... I did spec into designated disenchanter. But what I didn't do is spec into the epic escalations. That was silly of me, wasn't it? Did we do this bit over here? We did. Did I do the first time crafts? I did. Okay, well what we can do is we can put a bunch of points in here anyway. If you have a bunch of alts that you never play, now's a great time to level up Brand by doing bountifuls with them. Oh yeah, for sure. I've got such a huge long list of stuff I want to do, and I'm accidentally making the list even longer for myself every day by the fact that I keep adding more alts to my setup. But it's a true gamer problem that I have too much to do in a video game. Auction house salesman, as the saying goes, if you wear a tie, you've come to lie. It's funny how sales has evolved over the years. But the stereotype is still exactly the same, yeah. Yeah, the old school car salesman approach. A guy in a suit trying to... I mean, I started off in the worst possible way. I started off selling mobile phones when I was like 18, right? Selling mobile phones to people. But I worked for a company called Phones for You, which they've gone bust now, because of course they did. But for some reason, they were trying to copy BMW. They used practically the exact same sales script that BMW car sellers used, but you're selling a mobile phone. And we all had to wear suits and all sorts of stuff. It was ridiculous for selling a phone. In the UK at the time, you had Car Phone Warehouse and you had... What was the other one? Yeah, Phones for You and Car Phone Warehouse. And then you had the actual cell operators themselves. Your Vodafone and what's now EE and the likes. T-Mobiles. But yeah, that was an interesting start to my sales career. It taught me a lot of things, even though it was completely flipping ridiculous. It taught me very quickly that most sales training is just snake oil. It's complete bullshit. Right, now the epic one. There's the epic one. Let's learn these. What does this actually do? Increasing your skill by 1 per point in this when disenchanting epic equipment. Okay. Can we reach this node? What does this node do? You have a chance to extract some Kazongar native magical essences when disenchanting epic equipment. I don't know what that means. I bet I never actually leveled up enchanting particularly high on this dude, though, did I know? So I'm missing a huge amount of skill from that. Did I ever even bother getting profession tools for enchanting? No, I didn't. That wasn't the purpose of this tune anyway.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just
what
glad
we should
to see
in
me?
essence be doing now
Both,
is
I
getting a
hope.
bunch of shimmering dust. Oh, we get ley line residue out of doing this now. Nice. Actually, as we learn these, we can extract the artisan security from them, and we can continue to put spec points in here, can't we? Bingo was his name-o. Sprock with a tier 1, my man. Thank you very much. Good morning, good morning. 8 months. 1 to go. We're going to have a baby. Disenchanting formulas are fully attuned, increasing your chances of extracting Kazongar's native magical essences when disenchanting epic gear. Okay, sure. I guess we've got enough to fill this out as well. I'm not convinced there'll ever be another auction house mount, no. I tend to believe that Blizzard strongly regrets implementing the Longboy in the first place. It caused them some significant problems back in BFA when they did it. Like technical server-side issues, which I still believe is one of the reasons it went away as fast as it turned up. Ten more to go. It's doing bits for our artisan security on this gathering character, which is nice. I don't really know why I'm spending so much time or effort trying to fill this, but it just makes sense to me. I think I did miscalculate, because it's now saying we're only getting 9 shimmering dust left. And I've got more decks than I needed. I must have miscalculated somewhere. I'm still pre-coffee, it's fine. Alright, there's the last 10 for this node. And that tree's full. On a profession I'm about to drop in 5 minutes. The world works in mysterious ways. It'll make sense soon, don't worry. I am aggressively missing out by not having profession equipment on, but I guess it's fine. Okay, So yeah, we've stopped gaining catch-up points on this dude now. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. We can work with that. I bet there's some people that would be willing to spend €1,000 for the long boy. If I could spend €1,000 in Blizzard balance, I'd consider it, yeah. Blizzard could always remove it and refund the 5 mil if you overpaid. That's on you. Just a slight backlash there. The reason I say that is because from a technical standpoint, randomly opening an auction house in a zone that's not necessarily designed to have an auction house can cause lag in the zones. And BFA was an incredibly laggy expansion because they just didn't optimize any of it with all of the Azerite traits and passives proccing left, right, and center. Random auction houses are very CPU intensive chunks of the game, which is why they're usually reserved for big capital cities where they can throw a lot of hardware at running that capital city. And so the auction house doesn't grind the entire place to a crawl. Just look what happens on the hour, nearly every hour on reset day in the Isle of Dawn, right? On the hour when the theatre event kicks into full gear, the entire zone is just laggy as balls. The auction house has a similar effect. When 10 people open their long boys and all start using the auction house, especially when it's happening in the zone where there isn't the system resources to run an auction house in that instance, you know, in that shard, on that cluster, whatever you want to call it, it was causing them some serious technical issues back in the day. Okay, so we've harvested enchanting for the week for its artisan security. So we can drop this now. Skinning, we still have quite a bit to do. There's up to 20 razor talons to farm up after our weekly collection. But we're up to nearly 500 artisan security on this dude. Do the turn-in quest. We now need to go out and do some skinning. This would be much easier if this farming dude actually had some gear, mind. This is one of those where if I got my act together in Delves, I could just go buy myself a set of 580 gear, but is there any easy skinning spots? I'm pretty poor when it comes to skinning locations, other than if there's like a bee farm or something on the go. Can't you just go buy some rep gear at this point? That's a good question, actually. Do you have anything fun? $584. Technically, yes. I say technically because I don't have the resonance crystals. How many resonance crystals do I have? I have a lot on one character, the one character that I've played, but fucking nothing on anybody else. And I need 500,000 of these to collect everything. Do I want to waste them on some gear that's going to make basically no difference? Not really. Check the bees, it's the weekly. I mean, 566 is not the worst. It's not great, but it's not the worst. One thing I wanted to check actually is, do we have skinning gear on? We do have skinning gear on. How have we spent skinning points? I haven't spent my skinning points. Now I have spent my skinning points. Actually, why am I not asking Zygor? Gloom Chitin over in Ashgahet, Sunless Carapace over in Ashgahet, Thunderous Hides, Isle of Dawn, Storm Charged Leathers, Isle of Dawn. What do these look like? Where's this sending me? There's a little lap round here apparently. Let's give it a go. I doubt opening the auction house today affects the zone, but at the time it might have. Well, yeah, like I said, BFA was an expansion where they had a world of problems with like server load. So yes, you're right. Nowadays it probably doesn't have anywhere near as much of an impact, but who knows? What is it claiming we're killing on this route? Kill enemies along the path. No shit, Sherlock. For the weekly knowledge, I go to the area next to the skinning rare. There's lots of small critters you can pull in bulk and skin down. It's not good for farming materials, but it's fast for the knowledge. Ooh. That sounds like a life hack that intrigues me. Next to the skinning rare. Oh, you mean for the beast fang? Over in... You mean down here? Ah. That's an interesting theory. I might give that a go in a second if this proves to be frustrating. Good old days when one anchor weed was 850 gold because spawns were bugged. BFA was quite the interesting expansion overall, for good and bad reasons. Historically, anywhere where there's a world quest is usually pretty good for skinning as well. Lots of activity, lots of people killing stuff. Right, I'm not sure exactly what's going on here, but there's some sort of quest which is going to help me out. I need to remember to keep using my skinning knife. Get it on cooldown. 3 thunderous hides. I need. I've just realised I've min-maxed every profession in this expansion so far, excluding cooking, but also excluding skinning. I don't actually have a designated skinning character. I have lots of. I have played with skinning a bunch, but I've only ever used skinning for like catch-up purposes. I don't actually have a dedicated skinner. And this is mostly because I was expecting to have skinning as my second profession on a bunch of characters. But soon as I realised I just cannot be bothered to fly down and do the Beast Fang kill every day on a bunch of toons, I gave up with that idea. Which means I now don't actually have a proper skinning character, which should probably be fixed. John, how are we doing? Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. I'm doing well, thank you. Wait, where's my pet? Pet do pet things. Sharpy sharp. More thunderous hides, we'll take those. Okay, yeah. Every time I come to do skinning, I clearly forget just how annoying it is to get these points. And probably why there's clearly been a couple of weeks where I just haven't done it at all. Oh, God. Oh, started off so well. Started off so well. I should have known. Should have known. I accidentally gave him the time of day for about 3 seconds until I realised he was self-promoting his video editing services. Now, the irony is I do need somebody to do some basic stuff like that, but if you come into my stream and self-promote like that, you're instantly banned. I don't care. You could be Steven Spielberg for all I care. You can get the fuck out of it. Hey, 1 knowledge point. 1 down. I could do it as well, but I have no idea how to do it. It's the best way to start. Steven Spielberg plays WoW? No, he's just got good taste in streamers, I hear. That's all. Can you proc knowledge points off these grey critters that don't give you anything? I'd never considered that, you know. But that's quite clever that you probably can. I love you, Zygor, but this little zone is absolutely trashed here. It's probably one of those perfect to bot situations, but outside of that, there's got to be better somewhere else. We'll try something else. The where the Beast Fang is idea sounds like a good one to me. Let's just head back into town. We'll fly there ourselves. Wait, unspent knowledge points? Oh yeah. Saw your catch-up knowledge point video. It was helpful. I'm glad it's, yeah, I woke up to find that video's done like 20k views overnight, and I was like, what? My videos don't do 20k views overnight. So clearly it was on topic. Clearly there's lots of people that have been waiting for something like that. So, in theory then, if we head down here to where you kill the Beast Fang dude, there could be lots of stuff that doesn't give us a lot of leather, but just pure, unadulterated mass murder might make it more lucrative. Damn you, now I have a ton of catch-up to do. Oh, the system's been switched on for a little while. The system's been switched on since week 3, I think. We had early access, then we had 1 week, and I actually think the catch-up system was up and running before the raid even launched, before the season started. We started spotting flickers pretty quickly. And so that's an indication that the system's been on for a little while. It's just, you know, it took a little while for people to figure out how the flipping hell it worked. And of course, in true Blizzard fashion, them making it an entirely hidden system was like, oh, great, thanks, Blizzard. Thanks, Blizzard. Another hidden system for us to deal with. So, what are we killing and skinning down here? I don't see what we're skinning. What have I missed? Unless... No, these are humanoids. Oh, on top of the bridge. I need to remember that I'm not a tank. Question is, do you get extra orders for catch-up, or is the reward replaced so you actually then just get less artisan security? Well, from what I can gather, they are extra orders. They seem to turn up daily. They only last 24 hours in most cases. Meaning, if they're terrible, at least you'll get another go at it tomorrow. But, yeah, the system is so random to begin with. It has left me wondering, is this in addition to or in replace of? Because, yeah, I don't know. Uh, 5846. There's a bunch of critters. Up this bit. Oh, all these little things. Agitated borer spawns. I've always made the assumption that because they don't give regular loot, you can't get knowledge points off them, but I'm willing to trust you. At least it's lots of opportunities to skin something, which may be all you need. Nothing so far. Let's keep going. Oh, yeah. So we can get the toughened pelts off these trash tier ones. Nice. Yeah, saved. Yeah, you're good. You're good. When you're hunting for knowledge points and in turn artisan security, you don't need to be overly fussed about hyper optimal gold per hour at the same time. Oh, hang on, let's not let the cat... Oh, no. The pet died and then I healed him when he was dead. Oops. I kind of wish exhilaration just flat out wouldn't work if your pet was dead. The amount of times I go to heal my pet on 1 HP and then pop a heal on him after he's already died is kind of frustrating. If my old armies are building knowledge points, it's nice, but checking a few times a day is becoming tiring. Oh, I mean, that will be the thing, right? This catch-up is going to be a laborious task, but as far as I'm concerned, at least it's a task that you can be chipping away at. The biggest problem for Dragonflight was that there was zero catch-up. It's like I said in yesterday's video, I don't particularly like the way they've implemented it for crafting professions, but something is better than nothing. And we had nothing in Dragonflight. So this is at least something you can be chipping away at. But you've got to kind of take it with the knowledge of that it's slow and steady by design. So yeah, the thing I don't like is it does heavily promote daily login on every single one of your crafters, which is kind of a concept that Blizzard over the years have pushed away from by implementing like stacking cooldowns on, you know, like bolts, for example. You can stack up to 30 crafts before you're technically missing anything. Now the catch-up system that's by design meant to be helping you is only going to promote a daily login thing again, which is like, ugh, I thought we were getting away from this, but hang on, I'll flip in pet's dead again. That said, those mid-core players who are logging in daily anyway, just get on it, I suppose. Wait, why have I got fishing on my Z button? Z button is meant to be my mount button. Oh no, shit. Ah. Now they've probably evaded. Missed some knowledge points on several characters, and I can't follow the conversation here. I mean, the video's there to showcase. It realistically revolves around this little weak aura. The person that built this weak aura commented on the video as well yesterday, thanking me for like the highlight of the video, of the add-on, the weak aura, which was nice to see. Clearly showing that word spreads fast in this community. I just hope word gets back to Blizzard and that they do something to give it some sort of UI interface. I find it pretty ridiculous that they've taken the time and effort to actually implement a crafting system, a catch-up system, sorry, and have then kept it completely hidden. Why? 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 maybe there are UI elements coming for it, but like surely it's not that hard to have like just a line in your journal for like catch up. Surely it can't be difficult. Surely it's an intern's job for 10 minutes. You know, a little paragraph of text just to explain what the hell it is and how you can do it. But you can tell it's clearly spaghetti code by the fact that you have to go and get your... Until you've gone and got your treasures with enchanting, you can't get the catch-up from disenchanting. Somebody's actually had to code that, by the way. Somebody's actively had to go out of their way to say, yes, you cannot get these points until you have done this, completed this and this quest in any given week. And it makes you wonder why. Why put an arbitrary restriction on it like that? It doesn't make any sense. All it does is add to aid confusion on a system that you've deliberately hidden. It's like, what? I don't get their decisions sometimes. Thank God they didn't add the book to it. Well, the book is apparently the only thing that there's no catch-up for. Which will mean that most people are within, like, inches of, like, top-tier crafters if they actually are able to properly catch up with their catch-up patron orders. I just don't think people will. It's kind of like one of those things that you can now, you know, it's a chase goal, a stretch goal, to have fully caught up with your profession. It's not anything you're going to do in a timely fashion, though. I mean, we're because not to mention the goalposts get further away every week as well. Let's not forget. Every time you don't take an order, sure you'll get a catch-up order in place of it the week after. But when that order's also shit and you can't complete that one, like... You take one step forward and the catch up takes 2 steps forward. You're gonna find it difficult to like actually catch up. But you know, it's at least something people can work towards, even if I think it's tragic that they've hidden it. It's obviously to prevent people from getting catch-up on enchanting concentration alts that are not played at all. Can't just send 1,000 hammers and be up to speed with everybody else. Every catch-up requires participation in the game. But enchanting isn't that restricted. You go pick up 2 treasures and then you can blast your way all the way to the top. So you could make an enchanting character, in theory, with the way that it is right now. You could make an enchanting character in 6 months' time, go and pick up 2 treasures, and then disenchant 500 items and be fully max build. You could fill your enchanting tree in one go. It's not really a restriction in any way, shape, or form. The only restrictions on the crafting ones, because they drip feed you the patron orders. This is probably what will make enchanting absolutely tanked into the floor within a week. Even more so than it already is. Because enchanting was already going down in price due to mass adoption of enchanting alts. You can't have something that has a low barrier to entry, is easy to max, and be the most profitable thing all at the same time. It just doesn't work. You can't have those three things working simultaneously. That's a recipe for tanking prices. Low barrier to entry, super easy to level, and the most profitable use of concentration. The fact that all those three things were true in one go was a wonder to me that more people hadn't already hopped on it. But the theory is that without the catch-up system, people kind of didn't think that they were able to make much use of it very quickly. Now that people know, enchanting markets and those enchanting alts might have a challenge on their hands within a matter of days almost. Because of just how much knowledge points you can get from actually leveling the profession properly, though, you've been able to be BIS max build for a couple of weeks at this point, if you've been proactive since the beginning of the expansion. The opportunity to have had that first to market, early bird catch the worm kind of gold making opportunity, that's been and gone now. It's kind of hard for people to contemplate that in its actual form, because people are like, well, we're only a few weeks into the expansion. Yeah, but the market was never going to last more than a couple of weeks. Because profitable markets are the most risky markets. Because anytime there's a profitable market, guess what everybody does? Flocks to it. Like like bees around a honeypot. Which isn't really true, is it? Bees don't really flock to a honeypot, because, or do they? Maybe they do? I don't know.
Hello there.
Like flies round shit. Let's use the age-old terminology. Do pet things, please. Hello? Where's my pet? Why is he not doing anything? I need to pay attention to what I'm doing. There were like 3 to 5 enchants that will still be profitable in 2 months, since those are gate kept by getting the recipes. Yes, very much so. The enchants that require you to do something to get the recipe will probably be the only ones where you can spend concentration on them to turn a profit before too long. But the market will equalize. The market will steady itself out, because concentration alts are also not immune to the fact that when people go from making 10k per button press once a day to 500 gold for that same button press, people's incentive to do it falls off the table very quickly. I said this before going into the expansion. There's no question in my mind that alt armies will be a really profitable adventure this expansion, but I also do not believe that most people will stick with it for very long. The actual amount of effort that it will take to not only get it up and running, but then to also maintain its operation will mean that a lot of players very quickly are like, yeah, this isn't for me. This is far too much like hard work. It once again falls into the category that you have to enjoy the process of doing it. If your only enjoyment comes from seeing your gold total go up, you'll burn yourself out super fast. Because the gold isn't going to go up as fast as you would like it to go up. And second to that, it's going to require a lot of time and effort from you. And you may even have to go as far as sacrificing other aspects of gameplay to do it, which a lot of players won't do. This is why alt armies have always been profitable. There's always something that can make you a lot of gold if you have lots of characters. Because people don't fully comprehend the amount of time, effort, investment that it takes to get them set up. Hey, our first Razor Talon. The question is, do we want 19 more of these? 2 more to fill that. Is that the only place we've spent points? Are we still less than 80 points with skinning? Wow, skinners have really got, like, no points. Unless you'd spent artisan security getting your knowledge points. Holy smoke, skinners have got, like, nothing. No point earning gold if I don't have fun playing the game. It's what made me drop Shadowlands even though I was making bank. Yeah, I fall very strongly into that category. I like the journey of getting things set up. This is why, for me, in a weird sense, leveling the professions and getting everything set up for an alt army is the aspect of it I actually enjoy. What I really detest is the mindless, repetitive action of actually logging into each character, pressing one button, logging out again. That drives me to insanity super fast. So, unfortunately, many times for me is I'll do the process of setting this stuff up, but I get so bored so quickly of the actual doing of the thing once you've done it, that I don't stick around for too long in any specific market. And I was exactly the same in Shadowlands with the legendaries. I loved the hustle. I loved the grind. I even did it on multiple different realms, just because the hustle of leveling everything up and reinvesting the gold to get, like, you spend 100k gold, you make 7 or 8 crafts, you then focus on selling those 7 or 8 crafts, and then you take that gold and you reinvest it back in to make another 7 or 8, and then you've unlocked a new rank. Like, that hustle I really enjoyed. But then once I had everything maxed out, I got so bored so quick that I very quickly was just like, yeah, no. We'll get in, we'll do it first, we'll make a shitload of gold, and then we'll peace out. What's the add-on we call it, which makes the dirt glow purple? Oh, no, it's just a setting in the game. I think it's outline mode it's called. I enjoy providing value and watching people cry when I undercut them. Yeah. There's an interesting thing crafters are going to have to get used to in this expansion, which they'll have never experienced before. And it's going to cause riots. It's going to cause absolute riots, because concentration crafters are going to have to be a thing. But if you're looking to mass produce anything in this expansion, there will still be profit to be made mass producing something. But you'll forcibly be made to be way more conscious of market prices when doing it. And the reason I say this is because you can still mass produce something and make bank. There's no denying that. I'm dead again, aren't I? But what's going to happen is you're going to have your crafting price. People using concentration are going to be able to undercut you by quite some substantial point. Now, if you then choose to take your mass crafted stuff and undercut them, you've done fucked up, because you're then going to be posting stuff way below your crafting price. You're also going to have brought the floor price on that item down, and it's almost then irreversible until you remove your big wall of super duper mega cheap shit. Or some other bigger goblin who does know what the fuck they're doing is going to come in and buy your big stack of super cheap stuff. You're then going to cry because you spent 200k on materials and got 100k back. You're going to call the game bullshit and you're going to peace out. Crafters are going to have to be super careful about this. That if you just go to the auction house and presume that the lowest price is still going to be making you a profit, you're in for a bad time. Now, without something like TSM crafting, back in the days where TSM and its crafting price was relatively accurate, you could set up your TSM and you could set up your auctions to, you know, provide a level of safety to you. The reality is that's more difficult to achieve in this expansion because crafting prices are a lot more fluid. They're not anywhere near as fixed because you may be using different combinations of materials to optimize profit margins. You might be using finishing reagents. There's a lot more that goes into it. So crafters are going to have to learn to be a little bit more savvy about how they post things on the auction house, or they're just going to get dumpstered. Overcutting, understanding the art of overcutting is what will make you a lot of gold in this expansion. Knowing when, you know, the bottom 10% of the market's going to get bought out within 5 minutes on reset day, but that bottom 10% of the market is predominantly concentration crafters, who are the ones that can come along and post at whatever the flipping price is because their margins are so big in the first place. You can't afford to compete with the concentration crafters, but they can't compete with you on quantity. Crazy, right? To be a top tier crafter, you actually have to do your job properly this time. Unless you play Team NA and then it's just easy, lol, 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 make $1 million. Sorry, Team NA, but it's true. I saw a video yesterday, which blew my mind. It stumbled across my recommended page on YouTube. No disrespect to the person that made the video. I have absolutely no idea who they are. They probably haven't made all that many videos. They've just had one that hit the algorithm nicely. They, in essence, were taking... It was a tailoring shuffle. A tailoring shuffle video where a guy had very simply bought cloth, unraveled it, turned it into bolts, turned it into braces, and then disenchanted them, and then sold everything. By today's standards, it's a relatively simple, relatively straightforward shuffle. But the fact that this dude had not optimized a single part of his process and still stumbled out with like massive amounts of profit goes to show just how easy Team NA is for goal making. Because you could not do... there is no chance you could do the same thing on Team EU. Not even close. You would have lost your ass if you tried to do that exact same thing on Team EU. Because unfortunately, there's a lot more sweaty nerds in the EU, clearly. Me included. Love it when Manthe is a goal-making nerd. There's a fine line between goal-making nerd and Ranthius. It's a very fine line. Okay, I'm not convinced, you know, that Razor Talons can drop from these grey mobs. The regular knowledge points seem to be okay. But I'm not convinced that the Razor Talons can, because I've killed probably 100 of these things now without getting a Razor Talon off them. This is the Scorpid. That actually gave me leather. I can definitely say at this pace, though, I'm not going to be doing all the catch-up on this dude. This was merely for science, and the science has proven that skinning takes too long for me to be bothered with. Others may have a different opinion. I, on the other hand, have got shit to do. For said shuffle, what blue tools do you use in regards to unraveling and disenchanting? Yeah, both of those are resourcefulness. Disenchanting directly isn't affected with it, but see, that was off the scorpion, not the. I'm not sure you can get the razor talons off these ones. That razor talon came off the scorpion again. What was I saying? Yeah, resourcefulness is the best stat for enchanting in general, because there's not really any multi-craft. Unless you go mana royals. If you go mana royals, yes, you go multi-craft, but... these dudes probably... The moles probably have a chance, don't they? Schnook with the prime, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Let's make sweet profit together.
Thanks for the catch-up video. Wasn't aware that I miss a lot of catch-up on enchanting because I wasn't getting the treasures on the alts. Yeah, I was the same. I was missing a huge amount that I didn't even realise. But, you know, when the system's hidden, what are you meant to do about it? It takes smart people to figure this shit out. And then once the masses understand it, then we can all take advantage of it. I have the feeling that making gold by boosting is somewhat better than by gathering, but the moral conflict is there. Boosting's just another service thing, right? You don't make look at it this way, you don't make any gold via boosting if you don't have top tier gear or top tier skill. If you can't offer the best service, you still make dog shit gold by boosting. Boosting has a very high ceiling though, because people are willing to pay outrageous amounts of gold to somebody that can make their life easier. If you can offer a really good service, you can make an absolute killing with boosting. Just like if you have a 100% hyper optimized gathering character right now, you're still making nearly 6 figures. I would agree with you though, the moral side of boosting is a little bit hazy. Mostly on the basis of that communities are outlawed by Blizzard, but all of the communities just took themselves off to Discord and couldn't give a flying hoot about Blizzard's rules or regulations in that regard, which is, you know, in my eyes, a little bit problematic. Because unfortunately, Blizzard can't police anything outside of their game. Not with any real authority, anyway. Don't die, don't die, don't die. Don't die, don't die. Okay, I've decided that there's no chance in hell I'm getting these 18 extra razor talons on this dude. It's one of those things that you could throw some time at this and you get the job done slowly but surely. You chip away at it. But skinning for me on this character is actually a secondary profession. I use skinning once a week just to farm up a little bit of extra bonus artisan security. So the 20 minutes it seems to be taking me for every razor talon then is just not worth at the moment. So let's drop skinning. Let's drop skinning, drop enchanting, pick up herbalism and mining again, and see what they have to say in regards to catch up now. Oh, we can go get the enchanting notes for enchanting. Not that it really matters. But we will pick up enchanting again in a couple of days. It's a +1, -1 in terms of artisan security, so they are basically free. Even on a profession that's throwaway. Did I literally leave myself at 39 points? That's disgusting. I can't believe I've done that. That's actually gross. Oh, we capped our designated disenchanter tree. Oh, I didn't even realise we did that. Well, in that case, I don't really have any reason to spend this anywhere else, do I? I would actually... Oh, well, I do, technically. Put points in here. I'd need to get to 60 skill points to spend the knowledge points, though. Ah, screw it. Not bothered. See you later. We'll pick you up again next week. Alright, let's go get herbalism and mining again. How's your weak aura looking different from the one I have? I don't have the bag icons or the green numbers, but I use the same weak aura. Yeah, update your weak aura. It's changing frequently. If you don't use the weak aura desktop thing for doing updates, you can go into information and you've got the link to it. Go to the link and yeah, grab the most up-to-date one. Right, mining. Kazongar mining. Herbalism. Kazalgar herbalism. Right, so what we saying here? I got 11 null silvers I can pick up and 12 deep grove roots. So that goes to show I've done a reasonable job of keeping up to speed with herbalism and mining. I say reasonable. That's still probably 2 weeks of not doing it, but what we do also now have is 555 artisan security to spend on something. I've clearly been trying to buy the books by the looks of things. I wonder if I actually bothered... equipment. Where's my... Oh, profession equipment's categorized differently. Herbalism tool, put it on. Mining tool, put it on. So I made myself a artisan's pickaxe. I've also made myself by the looks of things, an artisan sickle. I've also picked up some of the knowledge point books. I think the best use of artisan security, upgrading these is minimal difference, but I think getting these books is probably the best use of this artisan security for now. Can we well, we definitely can afford the herbalist notes, the 300 herbalist notes one. So let's go grab that. Before we go do some gathering. Wait, can we not? Hello? Oh, because you need 25 skill in the profession before you can use these books. Ah, is that new? Maybe it is. Right, well, we'll have that in a minute. Oh, is that the same for these knowledge point books as well? Oh yeah, you need 25 skill for everything these days. What's the easiest profession to start out with? I've always just been farming, but want to learn how to craft. I mean, they're all realistically much of the same. I wouldn't necessarily say there's an easiest crafting profession. I usually recommend people be greedy first. This is usually the way I answer this question. I suggest people be greedy first. So let's say you're a tailor. Let's say you're a cloth wearer. It makes a lot of sense to then pick up something like tailoring, because at least you can make gear for yourself. You can make items for yourself, and then any bonus things you craft you can sell to others. That's usually the best way to start off with crafting professions. Be greedy, pick something that's going to benefit you directly, and then find out where you can craft some extra stuff to supply everybody else. Additionally, look at the last 5 things you bought from the auction house. Because if you bought them from the auction house, other people are probably buying them from the auction house as well. And whichever professions make those things, that they might be good ones to start with. Can we even pick... We can't even pick up the turn-in quests until we're skill 25 as well. So this is weird. You kind of have to... Okay, we've got to go out and do some herbing and mining, just generally. Get to skill 25. Head back to town. Pick up our quests, do our turn-ins. Then that will activate the ability to get catch-up. Admittedly, we don't get catch-up until we've got our deep groves and slabs of stuff anyway. Not sure why these are coming. Oh, well, yeah, I suppose these do, don't they? Because we've just picked it up again. Thinking about starting on alchemy and enchanting? Do it. Do it. Do you think it's worth swapping the professions to get more artisan security? We were talking about that earlier. We're already at a point where if you shuffle through herbalism, mining, skinning, and enchanting, you can get nearly 2,000 artisan security literally in a day. This is going to mean that if you are picking up professions on a brand new character that doesn't have any professions at all, you should probably contemplate doing that. Doing that first. It's going to take you a few hours, but you'll make a bit of gold in the process of doing it. I'm going to put it in a little video later today anyway, but it's worth doing just as it gives you a big head start on artisan security, which is the same theory that people were talking about a lot before the expansion even went live about, you know, quote unquote shuffling. This time you can do it already, a month into the expansion, you can do it basically for free. Whereas only 3 or 4 weeks ago, it was costing you 1 million, 2 million gold to do it. Biggest problem with alchemy is trying to find somebody to craft the mixing rods. Who makes the alchemy mixing rod? That's a sub-spec of inscription, isn't it? Which you've got to hyper-focus in as a scribe. Yeah, I imagine finding people to do that is a little bit difficult. I've actually started to set up a few characters focusing on crafting the tools and stuff for that exact reason, so that I don't need to worry about finding somebody to do it. Especially on all of these alts we're setting up with the different professions as well. It'll pay for itself very quickly. %90 of people who want alchemy rods stop replying once you tell them you need Q3 mats. Yeah, that gets quite expensive quite quick. But, as they say, truth hurts, right? Considered doing it myself, but realistically I'm only going to make 1 or 2 of them. Well, what I would maybe suggest is if you are not already in a guild, I'm almost convinced there's somebody in no refunds that can do it. I'd be amazed if there isn't. We've got crafters of every single variety in the guild. I'm a little bit disappointed in myself, honestly, to tell the truth. That I'm disappointed in myself, the fact that I haven't pushed the guild more in the beginning of this expansion, because I think it's a little bit of an untapped resource for some people. Because now the fact that we can craft anything for anybody on any realm, as long as they're within the guild, and my style of content naturally leads towards very skilled crafters joining the guild, who have probably got alts who are specialised in literally anything you could possibly imagine. If I was a little bit more proactive about promoting it, we'd probably be in a much stronger position for all of this stuff. I just don't have the organisational skills, is the honest answer. I said before I set the guild up that I'm happy to be the face of the guild, if that makes sense. I'm happy to have my name on the door, but the day-to-days of actually running a guild, I don't have those skills. An issue is that Alliance can't apply, have to poke on Discord, and response times are so-so. Yeah, this is another thing. Blizzard could definitely help a little bit in that regards. I've tried setting up the community that people can hop into automatically first, and then funneling from the community and stuff. But yes, you're right. There's a serious frustration with downtime in that regard. Just play Horde, yo. I mean, that's the easy solution. Stop messing about. Stop wasting your life. Just play Horde. Problem solved. I feel the guild has already been quite beneficial for its members. I see people announcing completing work orders very frequently. Oh yeah, there's definitely goings on. Without question, there's definitely goings on in there. It's kind of meeting its purpose. I just think I personally should have given it a little bit more attention. And I think it will only get better as well as people figure out that it's a thing. Because I don't think many goblins are that really... If they're in a guild, they're in a guild on their main. Their crafting toons are likely either not in the same guild or, you know, they're happy to be relatively freelance. I at least are not seeing many outstanding guild orders sit there for very long. which leads me to believe that there's either not many orders in the first place, or that those orders are getting filled relatively quickly. And I've also not had to kick many people for trying to scumbag orders off others as well, which is nice. The invisible goblin code seems to be working. That we're not out here to fuck over our fellow goblins. I think I've only had to kick about 2, maybe 3 people from the guild for doing scumbag orders. And by scumbag orders, I'm referring to people who are giving no mats and no tip. My dog's having some interesting dreams again. Really hoping that the craft scan add-on starts taking off. I probably should have a look at that. I know of its existence. It's not something that I have much inclination to use, but that's predominantly because I made the decision at the beginning of the expansion to 100% never do any work orders, because fuck work orders. But craft scan is in theory out there already, starting to make it a little bit easier. I've had some people already turn around and say that they can post something in trade chat, and within seconds they've got 10 different people whispering them saying that they can craft it. And I'm half assuming that craft scan has got something to do with that. The only thing I hope is that it's not an automated response thing, because then if you whisper back, the player's not actually there, they're AFK on another account. It's pointless. What happened when that happens, kicking for scum orders, do you also look at the notes? Had a few orders that I did via the guild with low to no gold, no matter, because it was the only way I could get it to my alt on another server. Didn't mention it in the note, so I'd hate to feel the boot for that. I'm not super duper mega active when looking at them. Most of the time I wouldn't worry about if you're doing it for the purpose of your own alts. Cross server, you're using the guild just like cross server for your own alts. You do you. I'm not that proactive. It's mostly a couple of occasions where people have whispered me and said, you maybe want to check this order out, and it's clearly somebody scumbagging. So don't worry, you'll be fine. But yes, you can definitely help your case by like putting a note saying, you know, custom order for my alt or something. At this point in Europe, almost every profession is crappy. Maybe server pool thing, but it's so hard as an alchemist to mass produce flasks for a certain amount of money. Any tips, maybe? Yes. Alchemy, especially flasks. I know this because I've been in the flask market firsthand since the launch of the expansion. The flask market is now very, very, very competitive already. You absolutely need to be 100% min-max in your profession. You want to be able to make those flasks at the cheapest possible price you can. Second to that, you are also going to want to make sure you're getting your herbs at the cheapest price. A lot of this you've probably heard before. But what I'd also say is you've got to now be super careful when you're posting your flasks and trying to sell them as well. You can't just blasé go to the auction house and undercut anymore. You're going to end up accidentally undercutting those people who are making those flasks with concentration. They'll only be posting them in very small amounts, but if you go dump a bunch under them, you're going to lose a bunch of gold. It's going to artificially make it look like everything is not profitable. But flasks are a market where, at the right time, so many of them sell that almost no amount of concentration alts is ever going to be able to meet the demand in those short windows of opportunity. Alchemy, though, is probably the most competitive profession in the game. So you do have to hyper-optimize what you're doing. The first-to-market advantage on quality 3 flasks especially lasted about 10 days. Now we're in the mode of, like, you've got to just hyper focus on your material price. You've got to really min-max the crap out of it. It's back into its hyper sweaty mode with flasks. There was even periods of time where myself and others were willing to reset flask markets, hoovering up what we felt was an awful lot of concentration flasks that had stacked up. But I'm also now very aware that there's enough crafters out there able to guarantee quality 3s that margins are single digit now. That's not to say you can't make gold with flasks. You still absolutely can. It's still probably one of the best markets in the game, but it just requires a lot of TLC. Used to buy herbs direct from the herbalists. Unfortunately, with a region-wide auction house, those days are kind of gone. I mean, I'm sure you probably can still, but with a region-wide auction house now, there's no real need for people to take that was a way for a farmer to not have to worry about an auction house cut and to guarantee their sale of a lot of herbs, which when everything was server by server was an advantage to the farmers to directly sell to you. Now there's no real reason for them to. Throw them all in the same pool as everybody else and they'll be sold by tomorrow. Last night sold about 700 flasks, rank 2 chaos, about midnight. Was amused that people buy at that hour. There's a couple of hours in the day where things go absolutely ludicrous. Midnight is one of them. I've historically had a lot of success selling everything really between the hours of 12 and 1. Or late evening, should we say. It little bit depends on what you're selling, but there's definitely a second wave late in the evening. Restocking after raid, or in terms of other materials, like they've got a bit of gear in the raid and they just go straight to the auction house and they want an enchant and they want a gem on it, sort of thing. Yeah, the hour or two before most guilds go into a raid, really good. The hour or two after people fall out of the raid, also really good. And the second part of that usually has less competition as well, because they're, starting to get more antisocial hours. Not that goblins are exactly social creatures in the first place, but you know what I mean. Have we hit score 25 yet? Oh, we have with herbalism. We might wait till we're 25 with... If I ever get close to getting all of these, then I need to start thinking about it. But we're actually not gaining these knowledge points particularly fast. I'm clearly doing far too much talking and not enough herbing mining. Where's this other herb? There it is. How are you getting so much catch-up compared to what your skill is? Oh, I'm not getting any of the catch-up yet. These numbers are only small because this isn't a brand new character. This is a character I've been using week on week for doing some farming anyway. So he's not actually that far behind. He hasn't got a lot to catch up. Why aren't you using the file that lets you see the camo nodes? Because I forgot to press the button. Is the honest answer there? I haven't pressed the button. Where's the button? Button, where's the button? Oh, it might be because I don't have any. Well, that's a reason to go get some, isn't it? Thank you for the reminder, though. Been farming for 20 minutes, the treasures for weekly knowledge points, and I just don't get the second one. Yeah, you win some, you lose some. Those those 2 weekly knowledge treasures are the bane of my life. I'm almost going to fundamentally pretend they don't exist. I'm at a point where I might just like even go in and edit the week aura so I never see them. I don't want to be collecting those treasures on any of my characters ever again. Unless I accidentally do it by playing the character. It's way too much time and investment to do it on a bunch of characters relative to what you get out of it, in my opinion. Unless you're, you know, still aggressively working on reaching a knowledge point threshold for your profession or something. But once you've got a few weeks of profession under your belt, once you've got your first 150 knowledge points, you can pretty quickly just ignore those treasures. They're too much like hard work. I must have sold those at some point. I swear I bought a stack of those True Sight potions on this dude before. And since we're already here, Herbalism's at skill 30. That means we can do the turn-in, which will activate our ability to get the catch-up once we get there. There's your Blessing Blossom. Also means we can do our herbalism knowledge point for the week. Oh, that wasn't even it. What was that? Oh, that was the knowledge point book we bought earlier. Now we're cooking. What are we at knowledge point wise? 365. Ooh, few more points, and we'll have 400, and then I reckon we'll get our pristine herbalism book. I reckon. Where are we going to spend these points? I guess in here. Boom. Do I ever want to put any points in anything else? Maybe not until I fill this node. Getting better at picking up Blessing Blossom seems weird. I should probably go for Orbinid, but I don't... I'm going Blessing Blossom. I don't care. Let's do it. In theory, we've got 3, 7, 19 points, which will get this pretty far. Then we'll also have the Artisan's Acuity to buy the Herbalist Notes for another 15. We can get Herbalism min-maxed today. And min-maxed Herbalism will have Blessing Blossom almost full as well. 40, 80, 120, 160, 165 so far. 165 plus this lot. 180, 190. We'll take it. Right, I don't want to go too far because I need to get mining to skill 25 again pronto to do the same with mining. Double null lotus. Wish it was double null stone. There's a mining one. What are you? Crystallized. Put mine in Blossom and Spear. Was getting a good like 30 to 50k an hour. Yeah, herbalism mining's been ridiculous the last couple of weeks. Those that have been proactive with it have been making absolute silly gold. Absolutely silly money. But this is the thing, right? It doesn't matter how many times you tell players that you can make silly money with herbalism and mining. Everybody is still completely blinded by the fact that, oh, but I want to do crafting and I want to make tens of millions with crafting. And in their adventure to try and get tens of millions of gold via crafting, and then many failing, they've also simultaneously missed out on the 100,000 gold an hour via you know, basic gathering. I love all the things noises, you know. It is a freak addiction. In fairness, I can quote-unquote make 40k gold crafting much faster than I can from herbing and mining. It might just not sell as fast. Well, see, this is it. This is why people get blindsided by it. Because, yes, the ceiling of opportunity is much higher with crafting. But you have to be in a position to take advantage of that high ceiling. That might be... Oh, ouch. That might be having a shitload of gold in the first place. That might have been doing a shuffle to get your professions in order. There's lots of things that could be. Whereas herbing and mining, you can turn up and by the end of the afternoon be basically max build, especially now that we understand how the catch-up system works. You can fundamentally be max build by the end of the afternoon and be just printing. Absolutely printing. Oh, that's why I was putting points in here. I want to tick this one off, don't I? You know what I haven't been doing? I haven't been using my overload. I don't even have my overload buttons on my bars. Well, that's probably why I've not been using overload, isn't it? Where the flipping hell's the overload? Overload that one, overload that one. I don't even have my warbank button on this dude. What does overloading this even do? Why didn't that do anything? Oh yeah, it just gives you a second herb, doesn't it? I swear I'm not. I swear I'm a professional, honest. That was pretty tragic use of overload, to be fair, but whatever. For Isle of Dawn Gathering specific, what specs would you choose for both? I have... realistically, I throw points in wherever. I'm not doing anything particularly special. Herbing and mine... like, I've gone plethora of ore into bismuth first, primarily. I've also then started put points in mining fundamental, because finesse is just good all around, and mostly because I'm not a druid, so I wanted the mining whilst mounted. Where I will go after filling this node is probably back into plethora of ore and slowly fill out Iron Claw and Akirite, but... and in herbalism, I've just put all of my points into bountiful harvests. Just fill it up. Fill it up. Let me remind people though, farming is not my thing. Farming is something I've been proactively trying to keep up with because, well, truth be told, it's partly my job. But the reality of it is I don't do much of any farming. I have far too much gold to be farming. I'm far too rich for this peasant work. It is relatively chilling from time to time, though. And as I mentioned, when the opportunity to make 6 figures in an hour with basically zero setup is there, you're kind of stupid not to do it. Made about $500,000 just herbing and mining whilst waiting for keys. It's a super duper mega good time waster, time filler setup. Absolutely. Now I haven't actually got I haven't had Loot Appraiser open for this, even though I probably should, because people love to see a number go up. People love to watch a number go up, so maybe we can have that open. I've had dual crafting leatherworking on my rogue forever, but so glad I dropped leatherworking for mining. So much gone from just doing the stuff whilst waiting for activities. The beginning of the expansion, it's so funny because we're only like 4 weeks away from when we had the expansion launch, and so still a lot of my thoughts and processes are like fresh in the memory. One of the favourite things I like to tell people before the expansion even launches, is you got to do something seriously wrong to not make gold at the beginning of an expansion. People are so by the end of an expansion, people are so trained in having to find the best market for stuff to make anything whatsoever that they take that mentality into the new expansion. When at a new expansion's launch, you basically can do anything and you just print gold. Because nobody else out there wants to do it. Everybody else wants to be running off doing the raid. Everybody else wants to be running off on their own brand new shiny adventures. If you do even anything remotely goal making in the first couple of weeks of an expansion, you get very rich very quickly. You don't really need optimized setups particularly. You don't need anything particularly fancy. At least not in the first couple of weeks. It does definitely. I mean, we're at the point now where if you don't have optimized builds, you're in a world of hurt. But like, the point is the opportunity to have got those optimized build is there. But you pick up herbing, you pick up mining, you pick up some casual crafting, you do some disenchanting, you do some unraveling of cloth, you go do some 2x4 farming. Whatever you do, if it's even remotely gold making related, you make a lot of gold at the beginning of an expansion. And many players choose to make a shitload of gold in the first few weeks and then completely peace out, right? They don't think about gold making at all for the rest of the expansion. They have enough gold to last them throughout, and they come back at the beginning of the next expansion and do it all again. Can you explain a bit on how to get higher rank herbs and ores? There are spec nodes in your talent trees that will improve your ability to get higher tier herbs. You can actually see in your journal. Let me find a convenient spot to stand still for 2 minutes. It shows you in the journal what skill you need before you'll start getting higher tier herbs. It actually gives you a number to work towards. So if you're looking at mining, for example, let's say you're looking at bismuth, it has a primary reagent difficulty of 120. So you need to have 120 skill before you'll start seeing quality 3 bismuth. So that skill can come from up here, it can come from your profession tools and accessories, it can come from your spec trees. So you'll have things like plethora of ore, plus 1 skill point per point in this deposit, in this specialization, and it applies to all Algari deposits. So 50 points in here is 50 skill points, which goes towards this number here. So as you can see, I've got a cumulative 216 skill. That's from spec trees, that's from tools and accessories. That will go up quite substantially once I finish leveling this out. The higher you are above this number, the more frequently you'll see quality 3 stuff. So it's not something that you aim to reach. It's a bare minimum before you start seeing top quality herbs or ore. So you don't want to just reach it and then stop. You want to surpass it by as big of an amount as you possibly can to increase the amount of quality 3 herbs you'll get or quality 3 ore you get. Where's he going? Close to about 1 million just farming wax and dumping mats from it on the auction house. Yeah, exactly. That goes to show that literally as long as you're doing at least something even closely related to gold making, it's very difficult to go wrong at the beginning of an expansion. And this is why I suggest people do the manual labor type stuff, because it's worth the most at the beginning of an expansion. An hour of farming herbs and ore, week 1, week 2, week 3 of the expansion, is worth 10 hours of farming at the end of the expansion. So do it now so that you don't have to do it later. Skill level translates to better ores. Yeah, pretty much. It's the exact same concept with herbalism. It's exactly the same with skinning. They all work the same way. Just look in the profession journals. It'll actually tell you where you're at as well. Cheeky tinderbox. Don't mind if I do. I'm not even following any form of route or anything right now, by the way. I'm just literally meandering around doing my own thing. Spot a herb, go pick it up. Spot an ore, go pick it up. If you optimize your route and pay a little bit more attention. Have I even gone back to town? And I haven't, have I? But I haven't got all of my weekly ones of mining anyway, so it's still fine. Or a lush one. That'll do. I keep forgetting to use my overload. Oh, you can't be mounted to take the portal. Oh well. Camouflaged spear, we take it. Oh, one spear. You win some, you lose some. Where's the herb? Oh, it's up here somewhere. Oh no, stupid sky golem. Am I reading Bountiful Harvest wrong? It only gives 1 point overall. No, 1 point per knowledge point spent in the node. So, Bountiful Harvests. Practice the meticulous process of spotting, harvesting, storing the herbs of Kazongar more effectively, gaining +1 skill whilst gathering. Okay, yeah, that's just poorly worded by Blizzard. It's meant to be +1 skill per point spent, so it's worth 40 points once filled. Probably plus more as well. You get 5 just for opening it. Finesse, refinement, subspec, perception, subspec, refinement. Okay, so yeah, it's worth 40 plus the 5 you get for unlocking it. 45 in total. Yeah, Blizzard has a long history of poorly wording their tooltips. It's almost like they do this shit in a rush, you know? For crafting professions, the add-on Craft Sim will show you which knowledge points affect the crafting in a spec selected. That's also true. Does it do it for gathering professions? Probably does. Hang on. So let's say you go into your journal, you look at bismuth. Can we do spec info here? Oh, we can, but it doesn't do anything. Hey, there's my big point. Now we're into Deep Grove Root territory with herbalism. That's now... How many points is that? 4? What did that give us? Skill whilst picking up Blessing Blossom. We take it. So now we need 12 more points, which will put us on 24. Plus 15 when we go by this thing. 24 plus 15, 39. Are you shitting me? We're going to be 1 point short of filling this node. Game hates me. Literally every time. When we min-max herbalism, we're going to be 1 point short of capping this out. You son of a bitch. Hey, another tinderbox. Stream of luck or what? Yeah, I've made 15,000 gold in 10 minutes. Mostly all of it is from a tinderbox or two. Don't ignore wax piles, boys and girls. Don't ignore the wax piles. First deep grove roots. That didn't take very long, did it? Don't be snoozing on the wax piles. Not sure if you answered the question. What's my take on the racials? Still having a sizable impact on crafting costs. Rank 2 instead of rank 3. Not being able to compete without giving up my mains was one of the reasons I gave up on Dragonflight. Feels bad. I don't really think racials have any real significant effect this expansion. At least not until we're in the world of absolute min-max. Goblins have a slight advantage with thaumaturgy. I can't remember exactly how, where, or why it is, but there's a little something somewhere. But for the vast majority, racials don't mean shit this expansion. Like I said, when everything gets completely squished into the ground, when everybody is fighting over razor-thin margins and literally scraps of pennies here, there, and everywhere, then the racials might, you know, have a more sizable difference. But by that point, most people won't care. Goblin can use rank 1 mats to create rank 2. Yeah, see, that's one of those things that on paper sounds good. Sounds like, wow, you can make rank 2 materials out of rank 1. But then when you look at the prices of everything and realise, well, hang on, rank 1 mats are basically the same price as rank 2 anyway. You start asking yourself the question, is it really that sizable of an advantage? I'm sure if you know what you're doing, you can squeeze out some extra gold from it. But is it game-breaking? No. There's this constant argument over the racials, and I tend to have a very passive approach to it, of that if the racial is the only difference between you making gold and not making gold, that market is probably already so dead you shouldn't be doing anything with it anyway. If you're setting up a brand new character and that character is for the purpose of crafting with a certain profession, sure, pick up the racial. They're nice to have, but they're not like game changing. Do you think rank 3 mats will become the same price as rank 1s and 2s over time, or will it always be above them? What we don't have a huge amount of information on is just how strong gatherers can ultimately get once they are balls to the wall, min-maxed from every angle. We're starting to see that a little bit, but it still seems to be that you are going to pick up quality 1 and quality 2 materials via gathering about 80% of the time, even once you are fully optimized. This is probably going to lead to a scenario, if I was to guess, where quality 1 and quality 2 materials will always be a surplus thing. Gatherers will be out there hunting for the quality 3s. But Blizzard have at the same time made quality 3s more important. They've also implemented concentration, which will allow crafters to take quality 2 mats and make quality 3 things. So it's a bit of a seesaw effect, really. Seesaw in terms of the fact that if you want to mass produce something on a single character, if you, singular, want to mass produce something, you need quality 3 materials. But an economy, a player base, can collectively come together with a wide selection of quality 2 materials and probably, possibly, maybe create enough stuff as a collective. They can probably make enough stuff to meet the demand in certain quality 3 markets, meaning that those quality 3 materials then cease to be quite as important. But this is all very sort of this is long tail crafting, long tail economy, quite high level stuff that's pretty difficult to predict. But they'll kind of, quality 3 mats will, yes, always be more expensive than quality 1 and quality 2, but by how much is the question, really. I'm not sure they will ever normalize out to all be the same. But once again, the conversation's already quite generic, because you'll be able to find something. Cloth is an interesting one right now, for example. Cloth prices are normalizing pretty heavily. And I don't know if that's just a supply issue or a demand issue, or whether it's a sign of things to come everywhere else as well. I don't know. I enjoy looking at this stuff, but I never really proclaimed to be too much of an expert on it. I think I have a slightly better understanding than a lot of players, but not by that much. I don't have a crystal ball. Oh, slab of slate. Let's use that one. What did 50 give us? Perception whilst mining. I'll take it. With Draenei, you can save 5 knowledge points per max rank gem, so you can access all the gems at max rank sooner. Sooner is definitely a thing, but sooner isn't what I would consider a significant advantage. Sooner isn't locking anybody out from achieving the same. That's kind of the point. It might give you it might give you a head start temporarily, but sooner's, yeah, being able to do something sooner than somebody else is fine. That means the racial is both nice to have but not essential, which is, I think, where they should be, really. It's those weird scenarios where people who have the profession racial can do things that people that don't have the racial can't. That's where it gets a little bit icky. But there's not many of those scenarios, really. Hang on, this is the cave where there's often, like, seams and stuff in it. Fancy stuff. How do we get in here? Where's the... there it is. Crystallized Orbinid. This is one of the only spots in this zone where you can find Orbinid. Is there anything else in here? What was that at the back there? Camouflage microbloom. Not bothered. Not running through a cave for a microbloom. One thing I can say is these deep grove roots turn up relatively quickly. And I'm hoping the null silvers are the same. I'm missing only my big boy one for mining now. So once we get that, we'll head back into town. Because I need to do the turn-in before I can get the null silvers. And I don't think it's going to take us too long before we're min-maxed on this miner, which is nice, on this gatherer. Where is the herb? There it is. Oh, my gather speed is still real slow. Holy smoke. Oh, Christ. In my opinion, they should just get rid of the skill points on racials if they intend on fine-tuning profession trees as tight as they do. Yeah, I thought they should be better off doing something like, you know, giving you a bit of crafting speed or something. You know, an advantage that's significantly less tangible. But I don't think it, like I said, they're already at a point where I don't think it really matters that much. Gathering? That's new. Well, I did say, like, I've had the plan since the beginning of the expansion to try my best to keep up with gathering. I dropped the ball on it so hard in Dragonflight, and I never kept up with my my gathering at all. And even though I don't particularly enjoy or do a lot of gathering, I kind of felt a bit bad for not paying it any attention whatsoever. So I'm trying to at least keep one character up to speed. Enchanting took a huge dive this week. Expected the mats to fall off, but not by such big margins. Good thing I didn't invest. Well, enchanting was super duper mega risky because the profit margins in the quality 3 enchants were just stupidly high. You could easily argue that they were massively overinflated. So it's not so much a case of that enchanting is crashed hard. It's just the inevitability of something that's so profitable for so long. It's got to come down. It just took a little bit of a nudge from a bunch of crafters setting up a bunch of enchanters on their alts. It'll fall in line again. It'll, you know, it's not going to be out of whack for too long. It might be the catalyst to bring everything down by a bunch, though. I am kind of a little bit surprised prices have stayed as high as they have for as long as they have, because that historically doesn't. It's crafters aren't eating this good for this long in most expansions. Let me put it that way. Usually, it's a get in and out job real fast. It lasts about 2 weeks and it's GG well played, and then you're just scrapping over margins, and maybe there's like one or two things you pay attention to. But this expansion launch has been not only lucrative but like silly money for a lot more players. It's not uncommon for a handful of people, and it of course usually ends up being content creators who can spend a lot of time doing it, but it's not uncommon for a handful of people to make silly money at the beginning of an expansion. But what's been possible this time round is for a lot of people to have been able to make a lot of gold way more easily and for a lot longer. So the crash was not only due, I think it was overdue. Obviously, everybody wants it to last forever, but that's not how these economies work. And I think it lasted a little bit longer because we had what felt like years between the game launching and the season starting, which put a big delay on things. Then having a bit of a delay before like Mythic Plus opens up and the Mythic Raid opens up as well has kind of like delayed everything a little bit, and has meant that like the going has been good for quite some time. I mean, there has to be a first domino to fall, and it just happened to be this time enchanting. Presumably off the back of the fact that enchanting has been super duper mega profitable and everybody's caught onto it. I'm expecting one last noticeable bump next reset with the new Spark. Sparks catalyst charges will definitely have an effect, yes. But I don't think the bump is going to be very big. It might be big enough. It might look bigger than it actually is because some people will push harder for it this week because last week has been pretty tragic for a lot of people. For example, a lot of people might go into it with that same mindset of that, right, there's going to be a lot of people that want to upgrade a piece of gear. That's going to bring a bunch of demand. Let's buy out a few things. Let's have one last hurrah. But I do think it will be that. I think this coming reset will be the last big week. And then a lot of people will like cash out and call it a day. I've already kind of half cashed out and called it a day with crafting. I'd rather get my alt set up. I'd rather have a little bit of a play around with a bunch of different professions on a bunch of different characters. And just kind of tinker and not have to worry too much about making millions. I can never see where this dude drops his. Where is it? Oh, there's no way I could see that one. Now he's gone. Set up 14 alchemists for concentration flasks. I hate the discovery system and I hope other players hate it too so that they won't bother. Yeah. Yeah. Alchemy can be really hit or miss. Because obviously, if you're setting up concentration alchemists, probably what you want is the alchemical flask of chaos or whatever it's called. That's probably the one you're hunting for. And if you get it like first try, GG well played. If it takes you 500 herbs to get it, that's annoying. But yeah, alchemy is a bit more of a gamble. My suggestion to people when setting up alchemy concentration alts is just, diversify again. If it do 100, throw 100 herbs at it, do a few discoveries, and just optimize your build for whatever that thing is that you found. Because it's the same logic again. If everybody tries to craft the same thing, nobody wins, even with these concentration builds. A lot of people want to go to YouTube and just be able to copy paste exactly what is presented to them in a step-by-step guide. And those videos bang views, and they're definitely helpful. And I don't necessarily see anything wrong with them, other than you have to know when you copy paste one of those guides that, well, I mean, it's easy. Just take a look at the view count on the video. You can quite quickly figure out just how many other people might have done this. It's the same with farming, right? It's the farming version of like farming spots. Soon as a farming spot hits YouTube, it's dead within 3 days. Soon as Student puts a video out, you can guarantee that farm's either going to get nerfed or it'll be worth fucking nothing by the end of the week. You know, concentration build guides are basically the same thing. That you got to be aware that if you just copy paste the guide directly, you might find it's very competitive very quickly. But people love them. It's exactly what people want. And I don't blame people giving others exactly what it is they want. Just blame Zan. There's no individuals to be blamed. The game is the game. So what you're saying, find a way to exploit the game and don't tell anybody about it? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Of course. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Have I still not found my... Oh no, I have. Shit, what have I done with it? Did I learn it? Did I learn my big epic mining one? Oh, I must have done. Oh, I need to go back to town. I can't find my null silvers before I go back to town. I've got to do the turn-in. Whoops. What was it you want this week? Don't be anything stupid. 20 bismuth. You can have 20 bismuth. Let's spend those points. 56. We'll get this capped out with our null silvers. Oh, we've got a knowledge book as well for mining. There's another point. 3 points short of being able to mine whilst mounted, which will be very nice. Let's go grab... We've got enough points to get the pristine herb notes or the pristine miner's notes. I don't really know which one is going to be of greater use to me, but we need them both, so we'll pick one. We'll go for herbalism. I think it's probably more impactful on herbalism. Yeah, 8 deep grove roots to find. We need 9 points. Damn you, game. You son of a... Missing one flipping inscription book 1 week. It's going to cost me capping that node out this week. Did I max out botany yet? No, I've not put any points into botany at all. So we're pushing for 400 artisan security again. We're 350 away. No, we're not. We're 250 away. That's 19. 19 times 5 is not 250, is it? Okay, we're not going to get this last book until probably next week on this dude then. But we're 8 deep grove roots and 11 null silvers away from being caught up on this gatherer. Shuffle enchanting. Already done it, my friend. Already done it. Way ahead of you. I don't want wax. Give me tinder boxes, you bitch. Never lucky. Yo! 5Q3 bismuth. We'll take that. Can you not refine a herb to get the extra point? Good question. It's a very good question. It's a very good question. No is the answer. No is the answer. Yeah, I need to go find a bunch of different types of herbs. That will do it, because I'll get the knowledge points from first time exploration. I can get there technically. Somebody who hasn't done shuffling, I would prefer acuity was a currency per profession. I get it. I understand it. I don't agree with it. I am firmly in the camp of people who are both willing to shuffle but also dislike shuffling for the same reason, that I don't think locking out those players who aren't willing to drop their professions feels a little bit over harsh. But it's also one of those that it's literally a one. Did he just nuke that thing in one go? Oh my god. It's a 1 week, 2 week, 3 week maximum annoyance, which is why I kind of think Blizzard aren't going to do anything about it. They didn't in Dragonflight. They didn't for the War Within. I just don't think they will. And I kind of don't blame them. It's probably an awful lot of hard work for a very, very small advantage, for a very small select amount of people, for a very short period of time. Which, you know, in the grand scheme of things, when they've got probably a lot of other far more important developmental things to be doing. We haven't gone this way around the mountain. Let's go this way around the mountain. Oh, missed. Yes, adding mounts to the game shop is a much higher priority for them. You're not wrong. Any chance for some more upbeat music since I'm listening and driving? Don't want to fall asleep on the super chill playlist. Hop on to Team YouTube. There's no music playing at all on Team YouTube. Then you can put the radio on and play whatever you want. When you can follow one of the guides for an hour or two and double, triple your net worth, that seems pretty valid to me. Yeah, it like I said, where the straight up copy pasting a guide scenario is concerned, I both know exactly why content creators make that content, and I know exactly why people follow it to the word as well, because for a very short period of time, it does work. And for some people who aren't looking to make like stupid amounts of gold, just verbatim copying a YouTube guide and going and doing whatever said YouTuber did for half the price for a couple of hours is often enough. And so in that regard, if it works, it works. It's just you can't expect it to work forever. Will they add knowledge books in 11.1? Allow me to refer to my crystal ball. No idea. Absolutely no idea. I do hope they put a little bit more effort into upkeep on the professions this time round than they did in Dragonflight. They kind of launched the professions in Dragonflight and then just left them. They didn't touch them. And I was expecting like to see a second round of profession tools, for example. That's something that felt like it could and probably should have happened. We saw, a handful of new recipes in 10.1. So we kind of saw a bit of a splattering of it, but then in 10.2 they did absolutely nothing. I do hope that they continue to build on them more than they did last expansion, but I'm not keeping my hopes too high. We've nearly filled this node today, though, which is nice. If I go find an Orbanid or something from another zone, we can probably get that filled. Allowing you to find Null Lotus more often when gathering Blessing Blossom. It's not the biggest of advantages, but more is still more. Oh, hang on, where did that go? There it is. Two to go. Two more Null Silvers, please. If Blizzard can copy paste, they will. It's true. That was my biggest criticism about 10.2. That it felt, to me, it felt like an absolute copy paste of 10.1, just with a green skin. The gameplay loops, the zone, the activities, all felt pretty much copy paste of one another. And I'm like, I've just done this. I've just done this in a brown cave. Now you're making me do it on a green island. It's basically the same. But then again, a lot of people enjoyed 10.2, so it kept me busy for 2 weeks. In fact, one of the things that frustrated me more about 10.2 was the fact that I thought the version that they implemented on the PTR to begin with was better than the version they implemented when the game went live, and that really annoyed me. That I felt that they had a better solution for the gameplay loop, and then they suddenly realized that, hang on, this isn't going to keep. This is giving people too many options. You could opt out of doing certain activities originally, if you'd already done them a bunch, which I thought, generally speaking, was a better, acceptance of players' time. But instead, they linked them all together again and shipped it in a way that you had to continue doing activities you weren't necessarily needing to do in order to get to the activity that you did want to do, which I didn't like. Super blooms were long, man. Oh god. After the first couple of weeks of doing those super blooms, took flipping for ages following that stupid tree. For me, the War Within is a copy-paste of Dragonflight. I've sort of tried to categorize it. For me, it feels like it's Warcraft 3.0. Your first couple of expansions, up until about Wrath of the Lich King, was like Warcraft 1.0. Then we had the modern era kick in. Didn't I just pick this up? I did. Oh, there's another one. Where is it? This is sort of like the more modern era of WoW. We had sort of like not Wrath of the Lich King, sorry. Warlords of Draenor, Legion, BFA. Shadowlands was, I guess, kind of almost there. But now Dragonflight and the War Within seem like, the next level. Significantly more emphasis on like seasonal content. Taking a lot of influence from Diablo, clearly. The success they had with seasons in Diablo. They've also then realized that if they shrink the seasons down, make it so that there's less downtime between seasons, their player retention is clearly much better. I'm really interested to see just what people's long-term opinion's going to be of Dragonflight. Because Dragonflight, I think overall I consider Dragonflight a relatively mediocre expansion. But at the same time, it didn't actually do anything wrong. It's kind of just Mr. Average in that regard. Didn't particularly do anything. Oh, we got a seed. Don't see them very often. Didn't really do anything wrong. But I also don't think at the same time it really excelled anywhere. It didn't particularly push the boat. I said throughout the entirety of Dragonflight, it just feels safe. It feels like an expansion. They've come out of Shadowlands where they pissed people off for various reasons. They also had massive amounts of controversy, both internally and externally, during Shadowlands. So they wanted to sort of clean the slate in that regard. And so Dragonflight was just really safe. Super, super mega safe. Didn't push boundaries, didn't try and do anything particularly fancy. Let's just make a relatively solid, relatively easy to like expansion, and then let's move on. But how is that going to sit in people's minds in like 3 or 4 years' time? Oh, 1 point to go. 1 point, and then we can mine whilst mounted. Is this it? Dragonflight would have been great expansion if it wasn't for Augmented. Did that really have that much of an effect overall? Because I don't do Mythic Plus particularly, but I know those skinny lizards came in and messed everything up for a while. Do you think we'll switch to region-wide auction house for everything? If yes, how bad will it get? Throughout Dragonflight, yes, I had a very, very strong opinion that they were going to switch to region-wide everything. I'm not so convinced anymore that they kind of need to. Or should I say it's probably a lesser target for them internally. I still think they probably will eventually want the region-wide auction house to be fully region-wide, but because of war bans, it basically is anyway. You can go to any server you want and buy anything you want off that server, throw it in the war bank, and then, you know, pick it up on the character you want it on. So it's in a way it kind of already is. So I don't think they've really got much of a desire. They'll probably slowly but surely build the tech to make it so, but I don't think it's a high priority for them anymore. Whereas when we first got the region-wide auction house, I was convinced that it was going fully region-wide, and they were like full gung-ho, this must happen fast kind of thing. But I don't think it's as high of an importance anymore. There it is. There it is. There's our last null silver. That is... Oh, it's not our last null silver, but that is now mining fundamentals done. No dismounting for me. Love that shit. Now we can go back into plethora of ore. Let me go grab a drink. Hang on. I think it's apple juice time. Right, quick bathroom break. I'll be back in 2. Alrighty. Where did we get to? Oh my Christ, this video's not stopping. Why is this video banging views? I haven't posted a video in a month. How is this happening? I'll take it. Right. Biggest issue with augmentation, in my opinion, is that there's like zero in-game interface options to support it. You need to heavily build your UI around it with various add-ons to even have a chance. Oh, well, I mean, that's kind of like... That's Blizzard 101, isn't it? Let add-on devs do all the hard work for you. Right, we need 8 null silvers, 1... Oh, that's our first imperfect null stone, by the way. No, we're not wasting time picking that up. 1 more deep grove roots, 8 more null silvers, and then we are fully caught up. And then we might go look at doing something else. There's another null silver. The main reason I just want to get as caught up as possible on this dude, though, more than anything, is so that when I see these, you know, when the call comes out that, you know, oh, crafting's dead, oh, you can make 50k an hour farming, or what, you know, when any of these claims come out, I want to be able to jump on a jump on a tune and test it. That's my main priority, really. Plus, there's no denying, it's quick and easy gold. Oh, I've just realised I was all about that 0 dismount life. And now I have to dismount to pick up wax piles. I need an in-game option to not have to dismount to pick up a wax pile. Stay asleep, stay asleep, stay asleep. Good puppy. What's the best way to boost specific people during raid? Wait, hang on. What have I missed here? Not sure. I've missed something. Stumbled across your catch-up vid. Thanks for the info, and I'm enjoying whilst listening at work. I love that. I love that. I'm more than happy to be podcast mode for people. I love that. Ouch. Oh, not being dismounted makes these a little bit easier now, doesn't it? Oh, what? Flipping hell. Blizzard heard me. I paid them a compliment. And that's how they repay me. Right then. Deep grove roots. There we go. Herbalism caught up. One flipping point short. That's a lot of herbalism points so far, though, you know. It's a lot of points. This is a good demonstration, though, that if you don't actually have, like, a particularly well thought out route, you still are probably going to cut your gold per hour in half. But I am still doing, you know, comfortable 30k an hour. If I wasn't streaming, and if I was actually paying attention, you could probably double this still easily. I don't think I've had a single null stone this hour either. Just for reference. Oh, I did get 2 tinder boxes though. Okay. Okay. I did get 2 tinder boxes, I think, this hour. Where are they? Yeah, I did. That's actually probably a third of my gold right there. Do you still need Heat after all this time playing a hunter? No, not at all. It's just there because it's there. Any advice for somebody pretty new to professions trying to set up an alt army as efficiently as possible? Don't worry about efficiency with alt armies. They're not about efficiency. You're best off just getting them up and running. Quick, dirty, move on. Depends how many characters you have, obviously, but efficiency is not what you're after with them. Efficiency is something you do long term if you kind of want to. Get them to a point where they can use concentration on something and then move on. It's better to get them online and up and running than it is to worry too much. Is it? Why is there so much lag in the zone? Yeah. This is one thing I'm suffering from a little bit at the moment. I've still got a bunch of characters that I've not even started on. And what that basically translates to is that they're sat at 1,000 concentration and I'm not doing anything with it. So you're best off getting a real quick and dirty, hacking it together nice and fast type of situation to begin with. Get to the point where you can craft something interesting with concentration and then move on. So at least those characters can be doing something. Optimization and tinkering, all of that sort of stuff comes much later. Just get them online for now. I'd actually consider spending more time considering leveling them than I would worry about optimizing their professions. Unless you enjoy the journey, this is the thing, right? If you enjoy just tinkering and optimizing them and getting their first time crafts done and all that sort of stuff, then by all means go ahead. But my thought process with this, more so than anything, is any character that you already own that doesn't have professions set up on is a character where you're technically capped on concentration. And you're, to use a filthy marketing phrase, you're leaving gold on the table on those characters. So just hack it together, get something working, and then move on to the next character. Optimize later. And profession-wise, diversify. This is a thing that's going to really help people later on. Diversify your professions, diversify your builds. Make it so that you're a little bit immune to market changes. You don't want to put yourself in a position where you brick the character just because you've spec'd heavy into one thing and then that one thing just, you know, crumbles beneath your feet. And that you're not able to do anything else with it. So my enchanters, for example, a little bit against the norm, it feels. I've gone really broad with my enchanters. I've not specialized in any single craft, yet I've tried to unlock as many crafts as I can. Meaning if one completely tanks, I'm not too bothered because I've got 7 or 8 other options I can also craft. It means I don't make as much gold every time I press the button, but I'm a little bit more immune to crystalline chest enchants halving in value overnight sort of thing, you know? Setting up alt armies is kind of the, you know, it's well, the concept of an alt army is a long-term thing. Sure, you can make a bunch of gold with them right here, right now. But what you want is to be in a position so that when all of the other gold from every other source completely dries up, which it inevitably does, that you can be in a position to, you know, not have to worry about that so much. Come along, craft a couple of bits and pieces for a profit. It doesn't even matter too much if the profit's high or low or whatever. You're just, you know, making money. Log off, rinse, repeat. It's old timers are a bit more of a long-term thing. It's going by the expectation that you're going to continuously play with them over the entire expansion, not just like a couple of days, a couple of weeks. I think that was my... Was that? Yeah, that must be my first nullstone this hour as well. To have done nearly 40k and not had a nullstone, I think I'm happy with. Oh, where am I putting points now? Seams, rich deposits? Hell no. Back to plethora of ore, I reckon. Iron claw or a kyrite? Doesn't really matter, does it? Pick one. Leveling 8 through gathering. That's a really smart way of doing it, yeah. Make gold and level. Win-win. Is this maxed? It is, yeah. Bismuth is maxed. Hang on, what's this? I'd love to know the answer to this. I don't know what the question was. I missed the question. I don't know what the question was. Oh, what stats do I have in my gathering tools? Good question. I don't know. I have maximum perception on my mining. That's presumably to fish for nullstones. It's clearly working. I've had one nullstone in the last hour. And on herbalism, gone maximum finesse. Just more is more. I smell some sarcasm. Your nose is working overtime. Oh, my the herbalism section of this has completely disappeared from the week aura now because I've actually min-maxed it. Wow, that's a fun position to be in. Take that. 4 more null silvers and I'll be happy. $11 million gold crafting thaumaturgy, but it's over. Right now it's not worth it. You rely on Stormdust's price and Aratha's spear. Right now it's a loss. This is, I started setting up an alchemist yesterday. We didn't actually completely finish it. I kind of got stun locked doing something else. I can't remember what it was. But your thaumaturgy alchemy character is going to be one of those characters that you will use from time to time when the opportunity presents itself. I actually think that these thaumaturgy alts might be really fun when we get into speculation mode. For those who played through Dragonflight, you'll have probably learned that the run-up to a patch is rampant with people guessing what's going to be worth more in the next patch. And actually so much so that most of the gold to be made from that speculation is actually selling to other people who are speculating, right? The early bird catches the worm. The early bird buys the market out. We're talking about the player that keeps their eyes on the patch notes, the guys that are keenly playing the PTR, this sort of stuff. They're spotting what is going to potentially rise in price ahead of time. They buy it all out, and then they sell it all at a small little profit to those who turn up 2 days before the expansion, before the patch goes out, who are thinking the same. But what might be quite humorous this time round is that markets are not going to, at any given point, be allowed to move that far away from each other, because Alchemy will swoop in and do their thing on it. So it's going to make this speculation mode pretty interesting, because materials can't fundamentally sway massive amounts. I don't necessarily know exactly how that's going to look yet, but I definitely think it's going to be a thing. Come 11.0.5, when we get the anniversary event, and, material prices by that point will probably be bottoming out, I would guess. And we'll start to get information about 11.1, whatever the new tier is going to be, the new season's going to be, and that sort of speculation starts kicking in. I wonder what alchemists are going to be able to do. If somebody buys out an entire market, or something doubles in price overnight due to speculation, then alchemy is just going to come along and print more of it. And I wonder how that's going to affect quantities of stuff. It could screw a lot of stuff up, to be honest. It could be quite fun. Do you think there'll be noticeable sell rate increase for mounts due to the anniversary event? I have no idea what you're talking about. Should I? I have no idea what's going on in the anniversary event, to be honest. I don't even think I've watched the Mr. GM video on it. I've got no clue. I've been totally laser focused on what's going on in front of me. Oh yeah, they've copied Asmagol's mount off, haven't they? No, I don't think so. You're not able to buy anything particularly interesting in that regard. All of the interesting mounts are like long lost world drops and that sort of stuff. All time walking vendors are going to be up. It would be fine to farm next week's Wrath time walking. All time walking vendors up. Well, that could be fun. Yeah, I need to start paying a little bit of attention to what's going on in that. I know it's bad practice, but I've honestly not paid too much attention to it, mostly because I know I'm not going to be playing it much. I know that's an incredibly selfish reason for somebody in my position, but it's going to clash violently with Factorio's expansion for me. Now, that means I will dabble in it from time to time, but it means I'm not all in. I'm not all in on it. I'm not hyper focused on it. Wait, hang on. This isn't a herb. What's going on here? Was this part of a world quest? Great vid on the catch-up system. You are welcome. It seems to have garnered some attention, that video. I did not expect to wake up this morning to have seen 20k views on one of my videos, but I'll take it. If only every time I could not make a video for a month and come back with a 20k view banger. I wish I could replicate that every time. I'll just make one video a month then, GG. No, that's not the way to do it. Oh, the rare's up. I haven't killed this dude this week. Aren't they making some changes to time walking though? In terms of the fact that it scales to you rather than you scaling to it or something. Meaning that technically anybody can do any of the time walking things now. How's that going to change like leveling speeds in time walking, I wonder? TBC used to be the best time walking event for leveling, because scaling was super way off in it. But I wonder if they're either all going to be really good now, or the alternative is that they all end up being dog doo-doo. Not sure. From 60 to 80 it was pretty fast. Okay. Probably worth trying to figure out at some point. Oh, that's probably an upgrade, isn't it? Yeah, I was going to say, that's weirdly an upgrade. No, it's not. It's cloth. What am I thinking? Normal, the war within dungeons were actually better than last week's TBC time walking because of the mob XP. This is what I'm thinking. If everything scales to you rather than you scaling to it, it might not be any better than a regular dungeon, yeah. You might be able to blast through them pretty quick though. I completed the time walking weekly, so I probably did 4 or 5 dungeons or whatever it was last week. One thing I did notice is tanks were getting annihilated last week. I don't know if it was just the groups I was in, but there was tanks getting just straight up one shot. Boom. One ability, boom, knockout. I don't know if that was just because I was in some trash tier groups, but it seemed like some of the numbers were way off. What do I think about market prices tanking? Look at it from the other perspective. Think of it from a glass is half full perspective. It's not that market prices are particularly tanking. It's that they've been abundantly buoyant for a long time. They were not, you know, I look at it from the perspective of that market should never have been this lucrative for this long. This has been an abnormally long gold-making adventure for an expansion launch. Usually it's a 2-3 week thing. You blast it for a couple of weeks and it's done. We've had over a month of like just crazy profits at this point. which is a little bit unfathomed. So I don't really look at it so much as if I mean, obviously, yes, prices on a lot of stuff have gone down, but it was more than inevitable, and I'm surprised they lasted this long, so. This is probably, the reason it probably lasted a little bit long was twofold. One, we had early access, which added an extra 4 days on, which felt like forever. We then had a 2-phase launch, so that added an extra week on. So it's kind of, plus we've had the new implementation of like quality 3 and material prices being wacky and that sort of stuff as well. So there's like a bunch of stuff stacked on top of each other, which is probably why it's been pretty good for quite a while. But it was always going in that direction, and I'm surprised it lasted as long as it did. Time walking runs were about 12 minutes long. The normal War Within one was about 20 minutes. Depends on the queue time, basically. But if you had a group to blast multiple time walkings, then it'd be faster. Oh, okay. Yeah, like I said, I didn't do anywhere near enough to get a true feel for it, but right, one more null silver. Nearly caught up. Nearly there. Oh, it's going to hurt. Fly away. There it is. There it is. Now, short of getting... What's the maths on that? 155? 155 artisan security away from having all the books on both herbalism and mining. Then it's just about getting the tools in order. Getting there. Getting there. We've played catch up. We've been playing catch up. We're still only 93 out of 100 skill, bear in mind. We're not exactly rocking the world, or haven't been rocking for the entire time. We've still made 45,000 gold in a little over an hour. So all in all, not terrible. Not terrible at all. And I don't even think I had particularly... I think I had relatively average luck. And I'm also not following any route, doing anything particularly special. I'm just meandering around, hoping to find shit. So, I'm happy with that. I am definitely feeling like I've spent enough time doing herbalism and mining, though, today. Let's haul our ass back into town. Let's get some stuff sold. Throw it up on the auction house. Do I lend gold to race to world first guilds? I don't actually have anywhere near as much gold to be lending it to race to world first guilds. I think I have like 50 million or something right now. Which is plenty, sure, but in the grand scheme of things, it's Echo uninterested in that. That's pocket change. Did you see how much Echo spent the last race? Over 600 million gold. Pretty wild. 13 minutes left on the vial. What are you going to do? Right, what have we got in here that we can sell? Cave Dwellers Delights. Up you go. Where's the materials? Let's just get the materials on the auction house. Damn betas are in action. Absolute scumbags. What? Bottle storms are basically free. Oh my god, not as free as cinder bees. That's one of those markets I wonder if anything's going to change in the future. You know, when shit is just too cheap to be true, you can buy the entire market out for like 200 gold and have pocket change still. You start to question if something is going to change. I left the stream on pause. It was me in the auction house, came back on pause, and I'm still in the auction house. Okay, somehow you've magically missed the 2 hours I've just spent farming. We've spent more time out of the auction house than in the auction house today, for the first time in a long time. But
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
who was that? Mr. Norton, my man. Thank you very much for the gifties. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Let's make sweet,
Throne
sweet
was empty.
profit together.
Oh my god, it was. It actually was. Take your crown, good sir. Take your crown and run. Oh, no, hang on. Can't sell that. Isn't there a big stack of null lotuses somewhere? Now, where's all the blessing blossom gone? Damn. I need to set up a TSM profile to do this at sensible prices. I just haven't quite figured out how to do it yet, or what I want to consider sensible prices to be. I do this so infrequently, it feels fine to just do it manually once in a while. There's really not that many of these either. Where in the world did these come from? Wait, 30 gold deposit on these? Only going to make 50 gold if they sell. I should put those in the bin, shouldn't I? That's basically everything listed. We'll call that a day on this gathering character. 10k stuff sold already. 60k of stuff to sell. It's not bad. Not bad, not bad. Plus we are only a few points short of getting our last mining book. That'll happen next week. Okay. Our little farming dude is coming together nicely. Very nice, very nice. But though, boys and girls, we're going to leave it there for today. And we're going to leave it there potentially for the week. I'm a little bit busy tomorrow. I have a sneaky suspicion the wife has plans for me to do some gardening on Sunday. So I think you're probably not going to necessarily see me again until Monday now. So have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Thanks for joining in. Thanks for sticking around last week. Yeah, have yourselves a wonderful weekend. If you are making gold, do it sensibly. Or heck, ignore me completely. Go wild. Who cares? But yes. Come say hi over on the Discord. If you're on Team YouTube, make sure you've hit the like button. Consider subscribing over there. If you're on Team Twitch, make sure you've hit that follow button. And of course, check for that Twitch Prime. But have yourselves a wonderful weekend. I'll see you all on Monday. Peace.